Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right, first up is Mr. Greenwood. What can I do for you? Good. What can I do for you, Mr. Greenwood? Mr. Greenwood,
Yes, Your Honor.
what can I do for you?
I thought I was here for Mr. Massey Kelly. I got a message about it yesterday.
I'm told that you're waiting on APA felon. It's not here yet.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor. I'll just wait.
Mr. Elder, good morning.
Good morning, Judge. I'm here on William Wims. I'm not sure if he's in the county jail or not, Your Honor. I tried calling a cell and it's not working.
Who was the name?
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
You have a Mr. Weems for me, William Weems.
I'm gonna have to check the system and see if we have him, but he's not on the docket. Let me check the system, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning,
I
by the
just
way.
have Andre Walker from this floor. And we're gonna have Antonio Crown and Wilbur Hood.
Your Honor, Mr. Andre Walker is my client. He's the person sitting in front of the video.
Okay.
That's a copy.
Mr. Elder, I don't think we have a Mr. Weems from the county.
Okay, Judge, I guess we'll wait for him. Judge, can I zoom back in? I have a 9 o'clock in a district court. As soon as I'm done, can I zoom back in?
Well, I'm sorry, I'm on that too, but I have to restart my jury trial, so not really.
What? Okay,
Here's the thing, where's your client?
Judge,
Check with
I
him.
don't have an answer to that, Judge. I'm sorry. Like I said, the cell number I have is not working at this time. It's been that way for a few days, Judge.
Let's check his file. So he's out. He's on personal bond. So I'm inclined to issue a capias.
Okay.
Calling case number 2305-635-401 before the state of Michigan versus Will Wings. Defendant is charged in count 1, robbery unarmed. Count 2, police officer fleeing 423 vehicle code.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Zornick appearing on behalf of the people, P79420.
Good afternoon. Good morning, Your Honor. Ray Elder, on behalf of Mr. Wims, my P number is 57728.
And for the record, where is Mr. Williams?
Your Honor, like I indicated before, Judge, that this matter has been assigned, and the number I have is a number that is not in service. It's indicates not in service a number of days now. I tried calling this morning, same message I'm getting. Your Honor, it's not 9 o'clock yet. I'm not sure if he thought it was at 9, but Your Honor, I know that the APA is going to indicate that she has not received discovery from the casino. And we were hoping to just move this thing out, but Judge, I also don't want to move it out if the client doesn't zoom in. So give us some more time today. I know Ms. Dornick has a trial to go to, but I'm willing to do whatever the court wants me to do.
Well, this docket is scheduled for 8:30. It's now 8:44. You haven't had any contact. You have to contact court to issue a case and vote this bond, set the bond at 25,000 cash.
Your
Thank
Honor,
you.
may I add something? I apologize for interrupting. I mean, obviously, he's charged with fleeing and eluding. He did flee to the state of Ohio and had to be waived extradition to come back here. I don't know why the bond was set at personal once he waived extradition, but I just wanted to put that on the record as well.
Let the record also reflect that I'm not the one who set a personal bond. Tether. I didn't do that. 25,000 cash.
Thank you, Judge. If he zooms back in, Your Honor, the court has my number. Would you let me know? Thank you.
I'm sorry, what you say, Mr. Elder?
Judge, if he zooms in after I leave, can you just let me know? The court has my
Yes,
number.
sir.
Thank you. Have a great day. Take care, Elizabeth.
Thank you.
Ms. Gaten Robinson.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning. You're here on Walker.
Yes, Your Honor. He's the one in the jail with the mask on.
Okay.
Calling case number 2305-639-801 before the state of Michigan versus Andre Walker. Senior. Defendant is charged in count 1, home invasion, first degree, count 2, domestic violence. Defendant has a habitual venue, second offense notice.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. May it please this honorable court attorney Phyllis Gaten Robinson, P71733, on behalf of Mr. Walker. Mr. Walker, can you please say your name for the record?
Andre Walker.
Your Honor, we would like to set this matter for an in-person exam.
I was April 26th at 10:30.
One moment, Your Honor. Your Honor, I cannot do that morning. I can do a morning on the 28th. I start at Frank Murphy, but I can be over to the court by 11 or by 11 o'clock. I should be able to be at Frank 36th District.
Can you do April 26th at 12?
I think that's pushing it because of everything that's on my docket that day. Can I do an afternoon time on the 26th?
We can do April 26th at 1:45.
That's perfect. Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate you accommodating me.
Not a problem. Have a great day.
You too.
Thank you.
Ms. Anderson, good morning.
Good morning, Judge. How are you today?
Good, and yourself?
I'm well, thank you.
Hi.
I am standing in for Emily Elijah on Wilbur Hodo.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
For William Ween, I don't have him in custody.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you.
No problem. So the rest of your clients should be zooming in from the 6th floor.
All right. And I think I see Mr. Hodo here. Is that you, Mr. Hodo?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Have a good one,
All
Judge
right.
and staff.
Thank you.
So CSC cases.
Do I have an APA here on Hodo? Is that you, Ms. Moses?
Yes, Judge.
Calling case number 2305-638801 for the state of Michigan versus Wilbur Hodo. Defendants charged in count 1, criminal sexual conduct, 3rd degree. Count 2, criminal sexual conduct, 4th degree. Count 3, criminal sexual conduct, 4th degree.
Appearances for the record, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Erica Moses on behalf of the people, P 78491.
Good morning, Your Honor. Neighborhood Defender Service by Lauren Anderson, P 85191, standing in for attorney of record Emily Elijah on behalf of Wilbur Hodo.
Mr. Hodo, tell us your name for the record.
I can't hear you.
Tell me your name for the record.
Wilbur Hodo.
What's your pleasure, Ms. Anderson?
Your Honor, Miss Elijah says that she has received paper but not digital discovery. She did give me a proposed discovery order to send to the court if that's possible, and then we can set it for an exam. I have her calendar.
How's April 26th at 11 o'clock?
Your Honor, I was in front of Your Honor yesterday. I have a trial in Third Circuit from the 24th through the 26th. Is it possible to set it for the 28th?
April 28th at 10:30?
That's fine, Judge.
That should be fine, Judge.
April 28th at 10:30, bond will be continued.
Thank you. And I'll send her discovery order to the court. I'm sure she'll be working with you, Ms. Moses, on getting everything she needs.
Your Honor, I will need a protective order. So if counsel is willing to have me sign on her behalf, I'm happy to send her the kids talk. Otherwise, I'll have to send her the protective order first before I can send any video.
You can send that to me. That's fine.
Okay,
I can do that.
thank you, folks.
Thank you.
Mr. Kehoe.
Good morning, Judge. How are you?
Good, sir. How are you?
I'm well, sir. We were coming in to talk about a competency hearing issue.
Who's we?
Miss Silver and I apologize, Judge, for Demetrius Johnson.
Okay, where's Miss Silver?
I'm going to give her a call right now, Judge.
Mr. Greenwood, what's your client's name again?
His name is Massey Kelly. That's his full last name. I got messages yesterday regarding the fact that he's in a witness in the case is in another jail, and they don't have enough time to get him here for the exam that's set next week. So that's why something was set up this morning.
Mr. Hodo, you're all set, sir.
Okay, nobody's going to. Thank you.
Mr. Hodo.
Your Honor, I just spoke to Miss Silver. She's got a couple matters. Could we come back at 11?
I'll be here.
Thank you, Judge. I apologize.
Morning, y'all.
Good morning, good morning.
Judge,
Yes, sir. Good morning.
good morning. Trying to see, did we already do Mr. Collins?
You're breaking up on me. I didn't hear you.
Did you already do Mr. Collins?
He has a comp hearing for June.
Yeah, he has a comp hearing for June 30th.
June the 3rd? Okay.
June 30th, 3-0.
Okay.
Good morning, Madam Clerk.
Yes, ma'am. Can I help you?
Yes, this is Attorney Sahar Faraj taking in on behalf of Martel Myrek. Was he checked in with the court yet?
Okay. No, he hasn't.
Okay. I'm also sitting right outside the courtroom. I have an exam, so I'm
Okay, we're ready to call Myra.
Call case number 2206-015-101. People of the state of Michigan versus Martel Myrek.
Appearances for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning. Good morning, Your Honor.
1, weapons, firearm, possession by felon. Count 2, assault with a dangerous weapon. Count 3, weapons, felony, firearm. Count 4, domestic violence. Defendant has a habitual offender, second offense notice.
Okay, go ahead.
Good morning, Your Honor. Shelley Drain for the people, P number 60249.
Good morning, Your Honor. Attorney Sahar Faraj appearing on behalf of Mr. Myrek.
What's your P number?
85175. I apologize.
What's your pleasure, counsel?
Your Honor, at this moment in time, for the purposes of the PCC, we ask that this court waive Mr. Martel's presence, Myrek's presence, and we request that discovery, electronic discovery, be set forth to defense counsel, and we would like to schedule for an examination date.
For the waive the defendant's presence, continue to plead not guilty and sentence not for preliminary examination. House April 26th at 11 o'clock.
One moment now. At 1 o'clock?
11.
Oh, 11 o'clock? Yes, I'll be in the court. That works for the defense, Your Honor.
April 26th at 11 o'clock. Bond will be continued.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Greenwood.
You're welcome, Your Honor.
Mr. Ellis. Mr. Vella is here. Mr. Vella, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
What can I do for you today?
Your Honor, I was just actually speaking to Mr. Greenwood this morning. I just found out, and I sent an email to your court yesterday. We on the People versus James Massey Kelly. We have a preliminary exam scheduled for Tuesday afternoon. Our necessary witness, who's one of the only necessary civilian witnesses, I just found out was picked up and is in the Macomb County Jail. I don't think that it's possible to get him writted for Tuesday's preliminary exam.
Your Honor, I would waive the production of my client or the presence of my client for this hearing.
Okay, let me call the case.
Calling case number 2206067901, people of the state of Michigan versus James Massey Kelly. Defendant is charged in count 1, homicide, murder, first degree premeditated. Count 2, weapons carrying concealed. Count 3, weapons felony firearm.
Hearings for the record, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. John Vella on behalf of the people, P68673.
And good morning, Your Honor and staff. Henry L. Greenwood, P14349, appearing on Mr. Massey Kelly. And I'd waive his presence, Your Honor, on this particular matter.
All right, the court waived the defendant's presence. Off the record, Mr. Vella indicated that the main essential witness to this matter is with the Department of Corrections and has to be written out. And he was told that they don't have enough time to get him here by the exam date on Tuesday, the 25th at 1:30. Is that right, Mr. Vella?
That's correct, except for he's in Macomb County Jail, not Department of Corrections.
So why wouldn't that be enough time to get him from Macomb County?
I was told that it takes at least a week. I did email your staff the information. I mean, if it's possible to get him here, then great, but I'm not sure if that can be accomplished by Tuesday.
Can we get somebody from the Macomb County Jail by Tuesday?
No, I don't think so. I think they need more time, but I can check.
Let's see if we can.
Your Honor, on another case, I've had that particular issue, and they just don't seem to move as quickly as we would like in Macomb.
Yes, it's usually another county is 2 weeks. It takes 2 weeks.
When did we start trying to get him here?
Your Honor, I was just notified of this. I'm not sure if it was yesterday or the day before. We didn't know he was in Macomb County Jail until this week. He was picked up on a tether violation, so we didn't know he was there.
I could always ask for a dismissal, Your Honor, but that doesn't make sense.
About Tuesday, May 16th.
May 16th works for me.
May 16th is a Tuesday?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's fine with me, Your Honor.
You know what, I don't have to go that far. I can do about May 9th.
To May 9th.
Yes, sir.
I'm available May 9th.
Unfortunately, I'm not available that on May 9th.
What about the 11th?
Is that May 11th, a Thursday?
Yes, sir.
I'm available.
I can also be available on May 11th.
What time is good for you? 10, 11:30, or 1:30?
Whatever Mr. Greenwood wants.
1:30.
Okay, May 11th at 1:30.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Your Honor, and thank you for hearing this on such short notice.
No problem. Let's get whatever we need to get done on that so we can have it here on May 11th.
Absolutely. Thank you, Your Honor. Have a great day.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Bye.
Somebody said, Sylvia was supposed to be here. What's that case?
Oh, that's, Demetrius Johnson. Remember, they never did give me a court thing.
If I need. Easier.
Yes. Yes. Yep, I just talked to him. Do you have any news, Mr. Yep, you have. We did. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Perfect. Okay. No, just those. Oh, I guess my officer in charge. He's in. Those are-
Hey, good morning.
You have class coming in?
Yeah. How many you got?
Today we just brought one. We had a couple back out, called off, so we got a young man that I really need you to touch base with, Judge King. I apologize, man. We thought we had 8 or 9,
No
but
apologies necessary. So how many of you, Brian?
this is Brian.
How you doing, Brian? Come on in, make yourself comfortable. You guys can sit over there so you can get good view of everything.
Yeah, okay. How you doing, sir? How about you? I still okay. All right. How you doing? Yeah. Sorry. I know, right?
Just one. Yes, I already have a sticker on it. Yes. Yes. It's just a copy of that. Yeah. Yeah, no problem.
for Charlie Love to sit next to me, and he still sit on the bench.
I would actually, I think,
Okay,
I would just double check that.
okay, okay.
Well, you don't even have to read that.
Mhm.
This is here from Frank Murphy.
Pretrial services.
Pretrial. Okay.
All right.
Thanks, Shamar. Shamar, thank you.
Good morning, how you doing? Have we seen Mr. Woodyard yet? Not yet. Carrie's iPhone. Yes, ma'am, can I help you? Connect your audio. Can I help you? Unmute yourself.
Okay, I'm so sorry. I've been trying to get on this meeting. It was just I have they
I'm sorry, you're breaking up, I can't hear you. Hello? Carrie's iPhone. Yes, ma'am. Can I help you? Can I help you? Talk to me. And she smoked. There he is. Hello there. Right on time. Look at you walking the door at 10 o'clock. You are the man.
Stuff on the black show right there.
Calling case 2356181, people of the state of Michigan versus Nathaniel Alex McDuffie. Defendant is charged in count 1 homicide, murder, second degree. Appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Anna Bickerstaff on behalf of the people, PH 2215.
And Judge, good morning to you and your staff. Good morning. Michael Woodyard, my P number is 64612. I'm a staff attorney with Neighborhood Defender Service Detroit. We represent Mr. McDuffie. He's here in court with me. Say good morning and say your name.
Good morning. My name is Daniel Alex McDuffie.
Today's date time set for preliminary examination. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Judge.
Judge, we are ready to proceed also on behalf of Mr. McDuffie. Can I have just 1 minute to talk to him for 1 second? Thank you.
How many witnesses?
2.
Do we have any preliminary matters before we begin?
Yes, Judge. The people would ask for a mutual order of sequestration with an exception for my officer in charge, Officer Ramos, who's seated in front row here.
Any objection to the OIC?
No, Judge.
Ladies and gentlemen out there in YouTube land, if you are a witness or potential witness, I'm ordering you to log off at this time. Any other preliminary matters?
Yes, Judge. I have spoken to defense counsel. I believe we have a stipulation to the identification of the victim as an Eric Sanders.
Judge, we will stipulate for exam purposes that Mr. Sanders is the decedent in this case.
Court receives that stipulation.
And at this time, the people would also move to admit People's Exhibit number 1 pursuant to MCL 76611B, which is the medical examiner's report.
Your Honor, I have read the autopsy protocol. I've reviewed it with Mr. McDuffie and reviewed the question of stipulating and reduced it.
Court receives that stipulation and admitted.
Thank you, Judge. And the medical examiner's report is case number 23-02645, authored by Dr. Omar Reyes on February 27th of 2023. This was an autopsy performed on Eric Sanders, who was pronounced deceased on February 26, 2023. Dr. Reyes opined, "It is my opinion that the death was caused by a stab wound to the abdomen. The decedent was a 59-year-old black male who was found unresponsive with a stab wound to the abdomen. He was conveyed to the hospital where he was pronounced at 1800 hours on 2/26/2023. The manner of death is homicide."
All right.
And at this time, the people would call Lawrence Walker to the stand.
Good morning, sir. Please step forward.
Okay.
Tell your name and the spelling of your name to the young lady that's seated over here.
Okay. Lawrence Walker. L-E-R-E-N-T-E. My middle initial is and W-A-L-A-E.
Okay, sir, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat next to me in the witness chair. Keep the voice up nice and loud and speak into that microphone that's going to be to your left.
Well, really.
Okay.
You may begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Can you please state your name for the record?
Lawrence N. Walker.
And Mr. Walker, where were you staying back on February 26th of 2023?
16527 Lala, Detroit, Michigan, 48221.
And that's in Wayne County?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and can you describe what that location is?
Well, it's a brick building. I don't know what the architect is, but it's two families in there.
Okay, would it be like a house?
Yeah, it's a house.
A two-family home?
Yeah.
Okay. And who else stayed there?
Nathaniel McDuffie and Eric Sanders.
Did you stay at that location?
Yes.
Okay. And did anyone else stay at that location?
No.
Did Patrick Johnson stay at that location?
No, he was doing some work around there at that time.
Now, back on February 26, 2023, did something happen that brings you to court today?
Yes.
Okay, and I want to back up a little bit from that incident. Before that incident, who all was at the home?
Me and Nathaniel. And Eric. Eric stayed downstairs and Nathaniel stayed upstairs.
Okay, and who all was present inside the home back on this date of February 26th?
I was, Nathaniel, and what was his name? Patrick.
And what were you doing at the time?
At that time, I was getting my hair cut.
Okay, who was cutting your hair?
Patrick.
And did anyone else come over to the home later?
The police.
Okay, before that, was there an individual named Eric at the home?
Who?
Eric?
Eric, yeah, that was a guy that lived there.
Okay, so how many people were at the home when you were getting your hair cut?
Me, Nathan, Eric, and Patrick.
Okay, so it was the four of you, is that
Yeah,
correct?
yeah.
Okay, and where were you getting your hair cut in the home? What room?
In the living room, facing the window, the east,
Would that be the upstairs or the downstairs?
upstairs.
Okay, and you said Patrick was cutting your hair?
Yeah.
So he would have been upstairs with you?
Yeah.
Where was Nathaniel?
At one time, he was in the living room, but he went, I got him to go to the bedroom, so the argument was cool off.
But the other guy, he cooled down, but then he, started all over again, and, that's how everything happened.
Okay, so I'm gonna kind of back up based on that.
Okay.
So you said Nathaniel was originally in the living room, correct?
Yes,
Would that be in the what level of the home?
yeah, the second level.
Okay, and you said he was fighting, is that correct?
No, they wasn't fighting,
Arguing, I'm sorry.
yeah, they were arguing,
With who was Nathaniel arguing with?
Eric.
Okay, could you hear what they were arguing about?
They were arguing about, Eric coming up, waking him up, to talk about nothing.
And how long does the argument take place?
It wasn't no more, it wasn't 10 minutes.
And about what time of day is this all happening?
No, 4 or 5 in the evening, I think it was.
And explain what happens as Nathaniel and Eric are arguing.
Well, they were facing each other, and Eric got up, and when Eric got up, Nathaniel said that he hit him, and after that, he got stabbed.
Okay, now you said Eric got up, is that correct?
Yeah.
Where was he before he got up?
He was sitting by the TV.
Okay, and where are you in this room?
I was at a desk getting my hair cut,
Okay, and where's Nathaniel?
standing up in front of him.
In front of who?
Eric.
Okay, and did you see Nathaniel get hit?
No, I didn't see any of that because they were facing each other.
Okay, how far apart are you? How far are you from Eric and Nathaniel?
2 or 3 steps.
Okay, so if Nathaniel would have gotten hit, would you have seen it?
No.
Okay. Now, Nathaniel says he's hit, is that correct?
Huh?
You said Nathaniel says he gets hit?
Yeah, Nathaniel said he got hit, yeah.
Okay, what happened?
He stabbed,
Who stabbed who?
Nathaniel stabbed Eric.
Judge, I'm gonna object to that, ask that it be stricken. The witness has already testified that he didn't see anything. If it's
That's not
speculation.
what he said. He said he didn't see him get hit.
I thought that he said as to the entire transaction, they were facing each other. He didn't see what transpired between them. I object to speculation.
Overruled. You can proceed.
Thank you. And after you see Nathaniel stab Eric, do you hear anyone say anything?
Yeah, Eric told me that he was stabbed.
Okay, do you hear anyone else say anything? Do you hear Nathaniel say?
No, because we had to get Eric and I get a towel and put it on his wound and lay him on the floor.
Do you see, is Nathaniel still in the room at this time?
I don't see him.
Okay, do you know where he went?
Oh, no, I don't know where he went because he got out real fast.
Did you ever see Eric with a weapon?
No.
And do you see Nathaniel stab Eric?
I knew that I didn't see him stabbing. They were standing in front of each other.
So what do you see happen between Eric and Nathaniel?
I didn't see anything happen to Nathaniel. I didn't know he was stabbed until Eric told me he was stabbed, and we laid him on the floor and put a towel on him.
Okay. So after Eric says, "I get stabbed," what do you see? What do you see?
Brother,
From where?
coming out of Eric,
Okay, where on his body?
somewhere down here.
Okay. And you said you don't see Eric with a weapon, correct?
No,
Do you see Nathaniel with a weapon?
no, I didn't see his weapon because they was facing each other.
And how long have you known Nathaniel?
Well, I'm 83 and he's 62.
So how long have you known him?
Over 20. I've been knowing him all his life.
Okay, do you see Nathaniel in the courtroom today?
No, I don't.
Take a look around the courtroom. If you want to stand up, you can look around the whole courtroom.
That might be him over there in the corner. Yeah, that's him.
Okay, would it help if you got a closer look?
No.
Okay, do you see Nathaniel in the courtroom here?
Yes, right over there.
Okay, can you describe what he's wearing?
A blue and a white shirt and a blue mask.
Would the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant in this case?
So noted.
Now, did you hear Nathaniel say anything after this incident?
No.
Okay. Do you remember giving a statement to the police?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember reviewing the statement and signing the statement that you gave to the police?
Yeah, I couldn't read it, so it's too small.
It's too small. Okay. Do you recall telling the police Nathaniel said, "Don't call the police"?
Oh, yeah, that's before he ran out the door, yeah.
Okay, so is that fair to say that's what he said?
Yeah.
Now, when this argument is happening between Eric and Nathaniel, do you see how close they are to each other?
They weren't armed then.
They were not arm's length?
No.
So farther than that? Well, closer.
They was almost belly to belly,
Oh,
almost.
closer than that?
Yeah.
Okay. I pass the witness.
Cross-examine.
Yes, Judge, thank you. Sir, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Michael Woodard. I'm a lawyer, and I'm going to ask you a couple of questions.
Okay.
If you don't understand, just tell me you don't understand, and I'll try and change the question so we can make sure it's clear. Make sense? Is that okay?
Yeah.
All right. How long had you lived in that house on Lilac Street?
23 years.
And how long had Mr. McDuffie lived there?
No, about a year.
About a year.
Yeah.
Okay. And you said there was another of the gentlemen who were in the house also lived there.
Oh, it was a little less than a year.
A little less than a year.
Yeah.
Okay. I think you said that Eric also lived in the house.
Downstairs.
And how long had Eric lived in the house?
About 3 or 4 years.
So he lived there before
Nathan.
Before McDuffie
Yeah.
lived there. Okay. You said that you've known Mr. McDuffie his whole life. Are you related to Mr. McDuffie?
Yeah.
How's that?
His mother was my mother's sister.
Okay, so that you're his cousin.
Yeah.
Got it. Mr. Walker, let me ask you this. Is the upstairs of your home outfitted like a complete residence?
No.
Does it have a kitchen?
Yes.
Does it have a bathroom?
Yeah.
Does it have like what you might call a living room area?
A small living room area, a small bedroom area.
Okay. So it's like its own apartment?
It's almost like a kitchenette.
Got it. Okay. Is that same setup downstairs also?
No, the downstairs is a little bigger than upstairs.
And the downstairs though is outfitted for a separate person to live?
Yeah.
Got it. Okay. Can you pass between the upstairs and the downstairs? Is there a stairway?
Yeah.
Okay. It's not like it's separated by doors and locks and things.
Well, you got a side door. You can go from the downstairs to the upstairs without going through the main door.
All right. You said that Eric lived downstairs.
Eric was upstairs at the time of that incident.
Okay. Before the incident happened, Eric lived In the downstairs half of the house?
That's right,
Where do you live?
upstairs.
In the upstairs half of the house? Okay, I got it. And what about Mr. McDuffie?
He stayed in the, upstairs too.
Got it. On this particular day, you told the judge about some arguing that was going on between Eric and Mr. McDuffie.
Yeah.
What was that about? Do you know?
About being woke up.
It was about being woken up.
Yeah.
I think that's right. You testified that Mr. McDuffie was upset.
Yeah.
Because Eric had woken him up.
Yeah.
To talk about nothing.
Yeah.
Had they been arguing throughout that day?
Just at that time.
Just at that time?
Yeah.
Okay. You said Eric had lived there for about 4 or 5 years, give or take?
About 3 or 4.
3 or 4. Thank you for correcting. During the time that you knew Eric and he lived in the home with you, did you see Eric to have any kind of a temper?
When he was high.
When he was high. What kind of drugs did he do? Do you know?
I don't, beer.
Beer, okay.
I don't know what else, but I've heard of other things, but I don't know it.
Okay. So when you say when he was high, what do you mean?
Well, when you drink enough beer, you get high.
I'm with you. Okay. So when he's high on beer, you've seen him with a temper?
Yeah, he's kind of argumentative.
That's what I'm trying to flesh out here.
Yeah.
Get a sense of that. When Mr. Eric gets argumentative, have you ever seen him get violent?
Judge, I would object to the relevance of past violence when.
Sustained, it's relevant, it's how he was on this particular day.
Thank you, Judge. I for purposes of the record, I'd also indicate that I think that the reputation of the decedent is also relevant in other circumstances, not just for what happened on the date of the question.
Well, then you have to ask about reputation.
And I was trying to, but I think I perhaps was a little clumsy. I'll try to narrow that down. Mr. Walker, let me ask you this: how did you know Eric? Before he moved in?
I had a guy that cleaned up for me, and they were distant cousins, and the guy was in bad health, and he introduced me to Eric so he could take his place.
Got it. Okay. Did you spend any time around? I know that sounds like a silly question. He lived in your house, but
yeah.
Did you spend time around Eric?
Yeah, in the morning.
Okay, like every morning there was a routine?
Yeah.
And during that routine, you would see him?
See, in the morning he was all right, but after he got his can of beer, it was one after another.
Okay. Was that a regular habit of his?
Yes, he was an alcoholic.
Okay. And you saw that with your own eyes, that regular habit?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Do you feel that you know Eric well enough to have an opinion about his reputations, for example?
Well, he didn't have a reputation. He had a reputation of drinking and associating with certain kind of women.
Well, I'm not going to get into that, but I appreciate you saying that. Okay, all right. Well, thank you, sir. So on this particular day, I think you testified that you were upstairs sitting at a desk in the living room.
Yeah.
And Mr. Johnson was at that same place cutting your hair.
Yes.
And you testified that Mr. McDuffie was also in that living room near the TV.
No, yeah, both of them was near the TV.
Right, and Eric was there also.
Yeah.
Right. And the way you were sitting, Mr. Walker, were you looking at the back of one of those jars?
I was looking west.
Oh, okay.
I'm not west, but east.
Okay. So you're looking in that direction?
Yeah, and they were standing north and south each other.
So are you looking at one of their fronts, their side, their back? What are you looking at?
The backs. I looked at Eric's bag, and I could see Nathaniel's face. That's all I could see.
Got it. And the rest of his body was hidden by Eric's body?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, and so you testified that it was around 4 or 5 in the afternoon.
Yeah, yeah.
Give or take.
Yeah,
And that Mr. McDuffie was upset because he had just been awake.
yeah, yeah.
Okay, so had you seen Eric drinking that day? Because it was.
Yeah, he was high when that happened. You can tell when he high, because he comes in talking a lot.
He talks a lot.
Yeah.
Could you've already testified, the living room is kind of small. True?
What?
The living room is kind of small.
Yeah, yeah.
Were you close enough to hear what those two were saying, the words they were
No,
saying?
I didn't hear what transpired between them two.
Okay. Could you tell whether their voices were raised or were they just like talking like you and I are talking?
They were talking just like me and you.
So when you said he was upset, how could you tell someone was upset if they're just talking and you couldn't tell the words they were saying?
Because they talked to.
How were they talking that day?
He said something, and Daniel said something, but it wasn't where everybody could hear.
Okay, you said he said something. You mean Eric said something?
Yeah.
What did he say?
I don't know.
Okay. He said something, and you.
Only thing I heard him say is he stabbed me. That's all.
Okay. Out of all of the conversation, those.
Yeah, that's all I heard.
You testified earlier, though, that you heard Mr. McDuffie also say he hit me?
No.
Or something like that?
That was, yeah, McDuffie said he hit me, yeah.
Okay. And then after that, Eric said, I've been stabbed.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, all right. You didn't see anything transpire?
No, I didn't see that.
You didn't see anybody's arm come back?
No.
No blows?
I didn't see him stab him. I didn't see the blow that was supposed to have been a hit. I didn't see anything.
Okay. Judge, could I have just one moment? Sure. Sir, I don't have any other questions for you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Director.
Can you redirect?
If I could just ask one additional question. You indicated that at this time in the day, that you believed Eric to be high from drinking beer.
Yeah, that's right.
So drunk, would that be fair to say?
Well, it could have been drugs too. I don't know for everything he did.
Okay, but you saw him drink beer.
I know he drank beer, yeah.
Okay, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Yeah, I just have a few housekeeping things. Sir, you testified that this location of 16527 Violet is in the county of Wayne. Is that also in the city of Detroit?
Yes, it is.
All right. And you said you've known the defendant, Mr. McDuffie, all of his life?
Yeah.
He's how old?
Since he first come out.
How old is he now?
He's 62.
62. So you've known him for at least 62 years?
Yeah.
All right. You said that shirt was over there wearing blue. That looks blue.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's blue. It's blue. Isn't it?
Somebody say it's green, but okay.
Oh,
You see his face though, right? You
Yeah,
recognize
it looks
that
blue. It looks blue to me.
Okay.
Yeah, that's him.
All right. Okay, so something you was trying to tell us earlier about Mr. McDuffie. You said that he was angry about being
woke up.
Being woke up. Okay. But you also said something about having someone go to their room to calm down.
Oh, yeah. That's what I told him to do.
Told who to go to their room?
Nathaniel.
So Nathaniel go to his room to calm down?
Yeah.
And did he do that?
Well, he did, and then he came back up.
And he came back out. Where did he go?
Him and Eric, that they conflict.
Okay, now you say Eric was sitting down?
He was until he come in, then he stood up.
Okay, so Mr. McDuffie, when he came back in, he went over to Eric?
Yeah.
And then you saw Eric stand up?
Yeah, I saw Eric stand up, and Eric said that he was stabbed.
Okay. And prior to Eric saying he was stabbed, you said that Nathaniel said something about being hit?
Oh, yeah, before he got before you got, staff, Eric said, that he was stabbed.
Before Eric said he was stabbed, did Nathaniel say he was hit? Or he hit him?
Nathaniel said he was hit first.
Okay, and then Eric said, and then after that, Eric said he was stabbed.
Yeah.
But you didn't see the stabbing?
No, I didn't see anything.
You didn't see Eric, you didn't see Nathaniel being hit?
No.
Okay, after Eric was stabbed, is that when Nathaniel leaves?
Yeah.
And Nathaniel leaves, he said something about not calling the police?
Oh, yeah, I don't call the police.
He said that to who?
To everybody in the house.
He said, don't call the police?
But, we had to call the police because, he was stabbed and it was bleeding real bad.
All right. You saw that?
Yeah.
Questions based on my question?
No.
No, Judge.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Okay, thank you.
At this time, the people would call Patrick Johnson to the stand.
Sir, please step forward, give your name and spelling to the young lady that's seated over there. Sir, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, sir. Please have a seat in the witness box next to me. Speaking to that microphone that's to your left, once you sit down, okay? Nice coach. Getting ready.
Thank you. Could you please state your name for the record?
My name is Patrick Johnson.
And Mr. Johnson, back on February 26th of 2023, were you at 16527 Lilac Street in the city of Detroit, County of Wayne?
Yes, I was.
And what were you doing there?
I was cutting Mr. Lawrence Walker's hair.
And about what time did you go over there that day?
It's between 4 and 5.
And when you go over there, who all is at the location?
Mr. Duffy, Mr. Walker, and Mr. Sanders, and myself.
And you indicated a person named Mr. McDuffie, is that correct?
Yes.
How long have you known that person?
3 months.
How many times have you seen him in those 3 months?
Maybe 4 or 5 times.
Recognize him if you saw him again?
Yes.
You see him in the courtroom here today?
Yes, I do. I was there.
And can you describe what he's wearing?
County outfit. County outfit. County outfit.
Can you describe what color it is for us?
Green.
Okay. Will the record reflect the witnesses identify the defendant in this case?
So no.
Now, where are you when you're cutting the hair?
He was the far side of the living room.
And who all is in the living room while you're giving the haircut?
It was myself, Mr. Walker, Mr. Sanders, and Mr. Duffy.
Okay, and can you describe where everyone is in the room at that time?
Yeah, Mr. Walker, we was left side of the living room, closest to the window. Mr. Sanders was seated to the right of us, about 6 feet away. And Mr. Duffy was going from his living room, from this bedroom to the kitchen, back and forth.
And you said Mr. Sanders was seated, is that correct?
Yes, he was.
What was he seated on?
There was a chair near the doorway,
And about how far was that from where you were?
say about maybe 6 feet away.
And you indicated Mr. McDuffie was walking back and forth between which rooms?
The kitchen and his bedroom.
Do you know why he was doing that?
I mean, that's where he was cooking it.
And can you explain what happens next?
I heard a ruckus to the side of me. And I looked and, Dr. Mr. Sanders, there was a type of scuffle going.
So at some point, Mr. McDuffie comes into the living room, is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay, do you see when he comes in?
Yes, I did. He was trying to speak to Mr. Walker, but I was cutting Mr. Walker's hair.
And what does he say to Mr. Walker?
He said, I'd like to talk to you for a minute. And Mr. Walker was like, I'm busy right now, give me a few minutes.
Okay, what happens next?
He turns to Mr. Sanders and he says, what are you doing up there? Take your ass downstairs.
Okay, what happens after he says that?
Well, Eric stood up to go downstairs where he lived at. And then I heard a quick scuffle going on.
Okay, when you say scuffle, can you explain what you saw?
Like a very brief fight. Some shoving going.
Were there any fists thrown that you saw?
It happened so fast, I couldn't say it or not. But I didn't even hear any blows. I just heard, it's like people were wrestling. In the corner of my eye, I saw that they were knocking the giant screen TV over. But me and Mr. Walker, we jumped up to, put an entry over whatever was going on. And when I got over near him, that's when Eric said, "You stabbed me." Mr. Duffy replied, "Yes, I did stab you, motherfucker." And Eric fell into my arms with some intestines hanging out. He died shortly after.
Now, I just want to go back to the scuffle. You indicated you saw pushing, is that correct?
Sort of, yeah. In the corner of my eye, I saw these. I'm thinking to myself, I know these guys aren't fighting.
How long did that scuffle take place, if you could estimate?
That's in the opposite, less than 10 seconds.
Less than 10 seconds, and then what happens after that scuffle?
I jump up, Mr. Walker jumps up, the television is rocking like a fall off the stand. I grab the television and then try to put my teeth into what's going on between these two. That's when Eric said, "You stabbed me," and he said what he said, and then Eric fell into my arms. I lifted up his shirt and I saw his intestines were in.
Now, when you said he said what he said, who were you talking about?
Eric said, "Man, you stabbed me." And Mr. Duffy said, "Yes, I stabbed you." And at that point,
you can say the real word.
okay, he said, "Yeah, I stabbed you, motherfucker." With that type of emphasis on it.
And do you see where Mr. McDuffie goes after this?
He goes into his room, grabs his coat, and I hear him running down the stairs, exiting the house.
Do you hear him say anything else as he's?
Not a word.
What happens next?
I turn to Eric and he falls into my arms. I lift up his shirt and I see his stomach, his intestines are hanging off. The hole in his stomach. I lay him down on the floor, call 911.
And at some point, did police arrive?
Very quickly, a few minutes later, yeah.
Did you please take Eric away?
No. Mr. Duffy was gone out the house. Eric was on the floor. Apparently, he had already passed away.
Now, during the scuffle, when you get up to grab the TV, do you see anyone with a weapon at that time?
No, I didn't.
In the scuffle, do you see anyone throw any punches?
No, I didn't.
Okay. And you indicated before this scuffle occurs, you said Nathaniel was cooking, is that correct?
Yes, he was.
Okay. Do you know what he was cooking?
Liver onions.
I just have one. Did you know Eric before this incident?
No, Eric for a few years.
And on this date, how did Eric seem to you?
His usual passive self. He was very passive individual.
While you were at this location, did you see anyone drinking?
No.
Did you see anyone doing drugs while you were there?
No.
I could just have a moment there. When this scuffle is happening, do you hear Nathaniel or Eric saying anything to each other?
Or somebody say something about, don't touch me.
Do you recall who?
No, I don't talk.
How long did it take from when Nathaniel comes back into the living room from when this scuffle takes place?
From the moment, well, Lawrence said, he said, I want to talk to you. Lawrence said, now, right now, I'm busy. He told Eric to go downstairs. Lawrence said, man, you don't have to go nowhere. Then there was a tussle. 3 seconds later, that's when I had Eric in my arms. He stopped.
So
It was
it
very fast.
very fast. So, okay. Do you think it could have been a couple of seconds that that conversation happened, a couple of minutes?
A couple of seconds.
And that's
Cross exam.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Let me ask you this, if I may. You said that you were in that home cutting Mr. Walker's hair.
Right.
How long had you been in the home before all of what you've described, before that happened? How long had you been? 5 minutes, an hour, a day?
I've been there for about 20 minutes. Before that, I went home to go get my clippers and then I returned.
So by the time, from the time that you returned to the house with your clippers until all this went down, was about 20 minutes?
I would say that, yes.
You said that Mr. McDuffie was kind of back and forth between the living room and the kitchen. He was cooking.
He's going back and forth between the bedroom and the kitchen.
His bedroom and the kitchen. Okay. So was there a time when Mr. McDuffie was seated in the living room?
No.
And during that time that Mr. McDuffie was going back and forth between his bedroom and the kitchen, Eric was in the living room?
Yes.
And he was seated in the living room?
Yes.
Was he watching that big screen television?
He was when I first came in there. Like I took his seat and he went and sat by the doorway.
Okay. You said that at one point Mr. McDuffie came in and said to Mr. Walker, hey, I got to talk to you.
Yes.
And Mr. Walker said, no, I'm busy.
Right.
Whatever it said. Where did Mr. McDuffie do immediately after that?
He turned his attention to Eric.
Okay. And then was it right then, Mr. Johnson, that this scuffle you described happened?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that you were not keyed in on those two individuals to watch every movement that they made? Is that fair?
They were to the left of me. My peripheral vision, I could see in the corner of my eye.
What was right in front of you?
Mr. Lawrence's hair, Mr. Walker's hair.
So you're paying attention to the hair, and out of your peripheral vision, you can see some movement.
Yeah.
Is that fair?
Yes.
And when you see that movement, you hear some scuffling.
Yes.
I think you said it sounded like maybe someone was wrestling.
Yes.
Fair to say, sir, that you did not see who initiated or started that scuffle?
It would be safe to say that Mr. McDuffie was the aggressor.
And how do you know that, sir, if you weren't watching?
But by his tone.
Okay, so you're making an assumption that by his tone that he was the one who did it?
By knowing Eric would harm the fly. He's very passive these days.
You said that a couple
Very
times.
non-aggressive,
Yeah.
very non-aggressive.
Yeah.
From the day I've met him, with her flat,
Okay.
you know, so, yeah, of course.
Okay. There was this scuffle, and then you heard Eric say what he said, Mr. McDuffie said what he said, and then, okay. So the scuffle to Mr. McDuffie running out of the house, also a very brief period of time?
Yes.
A minute or less.
I didn't have a timer, I couldn't tell you, it happened every so fast.
Okay, so fast. All right, sir, thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Judge, thank you.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. Any other witnesses on behalf of the people?
Well, no further witnesses.
Any witnesses on behalf of the plaintiffs?
No.
But just trying to people would move to, I'm heading over on count one of the information, second murder. People do believe we've proven to a probable cause standard, the elements contained, in this second degree murder charge. I say my argument to rebuttal.
Judge, I think the nature of this argument that has been described by both Mr. Walker and by Mr. Johnson as a scuffle or some argumentative words being spoken between the two of them introduces a question of whether we should bind Mr. McDuffie over on manslaughter charge as opposed to second degree murder. But I recognize that those are questions that we can answer.
I agree. There's a question. In fact, court after hearing the testimony of Lawrence Walker and Patrick Johnson is satisfied that people met the very probable cause as it relates to the charges contained in the complaint form. Even if the charge of manslaughter would be an appropriate charge here, it does not necessarily mean that the charge people have met the very probable cause as it relates to second degree murder. They have provided the elements of that charge here on the probable cause standard basis. As such, the court will find that the defendant motion to Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for proceedings is arraigned on the information date and time will be April 27, 2023 at 9:00 a.m. The bond will be continued.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you too. Gentlemen, would you like to join me for a second?
I saw Sabrina stepped over there, just shower. Are you on the competency hearing?
Yes, sir.
All right. Respecting any doctors to come in and testify?
One doctor is coming.
Okay.
It started shortly. I don't hope so. Yes. Hey, because Lindsay already did a second. Oh, that was lovely. Wow. You don't have anything better to do, right? No, I was in the judge. I'm just getting it, taking it down here. And yes.
So, bro. What's up, man? All right. Thanks, sir. Yeah. What's your name, man? All right, just have a seat.
You know, I don't.
All right. Oh, I ain't got time. You got time for the telephone? Yeah, I think
That's just like contact all the time, through email and on the phone. I was going, I was back here, and I was coming to one of the so I know. I talked to them, just sent email. I agree. I agree. Did you see those text messages? Look, yeah, I was on downstairs. So if he knows, you know. What's the society? I mean, this is so much time to jump back, that we feel probably. Our whole system is based on the notion of which victim is a history of the justice. Before victim gets something because they don't want to do it. It is people step in and do the right thing. Exactly. And so whatever tells you, they are going to defer to. Yeah, I'm not saying it's right. It's obvious. I didn't say try. I didn't say you were, but literally, I do believe the jury is competent. I'm saying it. I think you should. No. That's not gonna happen. I can still want what I want. Yes, you can want what you want, and the judge is probably on the side of you, but I have an obligation to represent the position that I feel is based on everything I do. It's related to you. But it's understanding. So it's kind of just we something. Let me turn on the place. I'll take you for that.
have him here or?
Yeah, it's right there.
Hey, may I? I didn't know if he was gonna be on Zoom or downstairs or.
Yes. All right, except no word is giving state what's the relationship between Psalm says, no. He's not different. So, yeah. Good. How are you? Just in case you look like a sweetie back. That's exactly right. Yeah. There's so much more than just
I don't want to invite everybody to a play. Or a play, come here and sing with patients.
That sounds very interesting.
Okay.
I want to come in, I want to see you, young man.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Now, this is going to be the actual competency hearing, right?
I did not subpoena my doctor to be here. I'm prepared to submit his report and ask the court to consider his report without testimony. And my doctor is here.
Okay. All right. Are we ready?
Yes. Does the court have my doctor's report, or would you like me to submit that now?
Can you submit it so I don't have to look for it?
There's two. You're talking about documents? Yeah. Do you have the other two? One from the forensics? I'm gonna give you all of them. There's a report from the forensic center, from the independent, and from mine.
Calling case 2259405, people state Mr. versus Dante Malone Smith. Been charged in count 1 assault with intent to murder, count 2 animals killing, torturing, 3rd degree, count 3 felony firearm, count 4 felony firearm. He also has case 2259406, charged in count 1 homicide, 1st degree murder, premeditated, count 2 felony firearm. Yes, case 2259407, charged in count 1 homicide, murder, 1st degree premeditated, count 2 felony firearm. And case number 2259408, charged in count 1 homicide, murder, 1st degree premeditated, count 2 felony firearm. Appearances for the record.
Morning, Your Honor. Lisa Lindsay on behalf of the people of the state of Michigan, P number 39570.
And good morning, Maria Manarino, P 39531, on behalf of Mr. Dante Smith, who is present in the court.
Mr. Smith, tell me your name for the record. Dante Smith. All right, today's date time set for a competency hearing. I've been handed a number of reports, looks like 3 of them. One from the Forensic Center, one from Dr. Stephen Miller, another one from Thomas D. Shazer, forensic psychologist, and from the Forensic Center for Psychiatry. Jay Witherell.
Just by, just so the record's clear by way of history and how we got here, there was a report, there was a referral to the Forensic Center initially. The Forensic Center opined Mr. Smith to be incompetent. And I believe what we did was based on that, the court did in fact initially entered an order of incompetency in order for him to start getting treatment, while the prosecutor then pursued an independent. So just for the record, He's never gotten any treatment since that initial finding. Still at the Wayne County Jail, still not getting any treatment. But the.
May I ask why is that?
Why is that?
Because usually, at least my understanding is, once the court makes a finding that the defendant is incompetent to stand trial at this time, and I refer for treatment, and they go back to receive their treatment.
So the last case I had that had a finding of incompetency still resulted in my client sitting at the Wayne County Jail for 5 months before they were transferred to a facility for treatment. I don't know if that's just how far back up. But that has never happened. But there was then the referral for an independent, that independent issued an opinion. And my doctor then completed his report. So the order of the reports, as before it is the forensic center, the independent, and then my doctor's report. So just by way of
Your doctor, is your doctor Stephen Miller?
Correct.
And just by way of history, the court made the finding initially of incompetence. I never stipulated the first report. I asked for an independent because it was my position that nothing, no hearing or anything happened until I got my independent, and then we get the report. But be that as it may, we're here, and I think there is an area of agreement throughout all the reports. There is only one area of disagreement, and that area of disagreement has to do with the factor in a finding of competence as to whether the defendant can rationally assist his attorney. That's the only disagreement. So I would like to call Dr. Shazer to speak on to that issue and that issue only.
Okay. So
right, I think
that's
everybody
the only
agrees.
doctor that we have that's present here, right? Because it is, the presumption is that the defendant is competent. So the defense would have to, the controversy that he is not competent. Since the only doctor we have is people doctor, we'll proceed that. Sir, please step forward, give your name and spelling to the report.
Yeah, my name is Shaver.
Sir, please raise your right hand. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. Please, Dr. Kenneth. When you're ready.
Dr. Shazer, could you briefly explain why you believe that the prong of the defendant being rationally able to assist his attorney in assisting the defense is met, ultimately finding that he is competent? Could you explain that, and then could you explain what you found from the other reports in that area?
Before we get there, do you have a stipulation as to this doctor's qualifications to testify as an expert witness?
Yes.
All right.
Thank you.
Well, yeah, so let me give a real brief thumbnail sketch of my overall thinking.
Yes.
So based on the way he acted when I reviewed him, based on records from people that he's received at the community time of his arrest, I think that Smith suffers from schizophrenia, which is a psychotic disorder, and what we mean by psychotic disorder is it's a mental disorder that involves one or more of the four kinds of symptoms that are considered psychosis. Those symptoms would be delusions. He's believing something that's false without any basis in reality. The reason person would believe, or hallucination means having some sort of sensory perception, hearing not really there. So that's a psychiatrist. Another psychiatrist is gross disorganization. Sometimes we come to and discuss things in the proper sequence. So speech just doesn't make any sense. It appears that based on the records that I reviewed, it appears that Mr. Smith has certainly suffered from delusions. Delusions involving people wishing to harm him, delusions involving there being beings that exist on the spectrum, who those are dark matter, who are somehow impinging on his. And we know that because of the services that he received at the era prior to becoming president. Okay, so he's schizophrenic. At the time that I saw him, he did not say anything that sounded delusional. At the time that I saw him, he was not able. He was able to. Well, he didn't speak much. He tended to answer questions very simply directly about elaboration. But to the extent that he did engage in some spontaneous conversation, the things that he said were it makes sense. Not so appearance of the he denied that he was hallucinating at the time that I saw him. And he was not behaving in the way that, for the most part, he was not behaving in the way that psychotic people behave when they're actively hallucinating. He was not reacting by, he was not distracted by seeing things that weren't really there. But the one thing that he did when I saw him, which was actually the same as his behavior when he saw Dr. Wilbur, when he saw Dr. Kenneth, is from time to time, it's sometimes when people are hearing voices, they respond with some emotional reaction. He began smiling. Both his facial expression was alive, but also there was no context for this. So that raises the possibility that it's hallucinating. Saw it, although he denied it.
Let me ask you this, Dr. Curtis. I noticed that he smiles when he's stressed. Should I be concerned about it?
No, what you noticed is when he gets stressed, he starts smiling. Say it's a pretty good guess. That's coping mechanism to stress.
Could it be that this defendant was dealing with some kind of coping mechanism or coping mechanism?
Yes, that's a possibility. Yes, and it's for that reason. I think he's schizophrenic. And since he's schizophrenic, that means that at any given time he might have psychotic symptoms. But the way he was smiling raises that as a possibility that he was hallucinating. But as you're pointing out, people can smile various ways for other reasons. So I think at the time that I saw him, he may have been hallucinating, but there's really, other than his odd smiling, there's really no evidence from the demonstrators that he was psychotic. So that's my diagnostic. As this relates to his ability to assist defendants, he was not very communicative with me. He would uncommunicative with his lawyer, and certainly very able. His ideas for how to conduct his defense very poorly thought out.
Poorly thought out?
Yes. And he also told me he does not think that he is mental ill. When I asked him, well, what if your lawyer wanted you to consider the possibility of insanity? Apparently not willing to consider that as a possibility. So in these ways, I think These are ways in which might fail to assist.
Can I just interject here and ask you, what differentiates that from other defendants who make poor decisions as it relates to what defense their attorney should explore on their behalf?
Yeah, well, certainly based on my experience, it's not unusual for defendants who are not mentally ill to be uncommunicative for attorneys. It's not unusual for defendants who are not mentally ill to want to pursue for defense strategy.
So you cannot say that his poor decision-making in this area is a byproduct of him being mentally ill.
Yeah, well, then, yes, that's right. Again, but sometimes mentally ill people, their mental illness does lead to poor decisions. In this case, but just because you're failing to assist in a manner, that doesn't mean you're competent. It's only that one's mental condition produces the failure to assist direction. In this case, it's not, like you say, it's unclear that he was actually suffering from symptoms of this schizophrenic disorder at the time that I saw him. And if he was not suffering from those symptoms, that, in my opinion, would be wrong. Whether he's assisting his attorney in conduct of defense is, if he's failing to do that, it's not because he's suffering from symptoms. So it's for that reason that although I think I recognize that he's apparently not assisting his defense, and it's possible that he was psychotic at the time I saw him, but there's very little evidence that demonstrates that. So I don't, the evidence that I used in writing the opinion does not suggest that as a consequence of his mental condition, he was not assisting.
And found evidence that he understands the nature and the object of the proceedings against him, and so forth and so on, correct?
Well, yes, and that's, again, that's of the kind which is, was with Dr. Miller and Dr. Wilbur, who also both indicated that he was able to give sophisticated but accurate answers to questions about were the participants in the court proceedings, what decisions that we made, what charges are we, those kinds of questions about the nature of the proceedings.
And you were aware of some jail calls he was having with his mother, who was advising him, don't talk to other inmates because they could use that things against you. And he understood and said, I won't tell anybody else facts and circumstances of my case. So he understood that.
Yes, apparently. I didn't have direct access to the recording of his calls with Dr. Literal, summarizes this report.
And additionally, you had the opportunity to review some text messages from the county jail with the defendant, where he was communicating with his family in a rational manner, asking him to put money on his account and saying he needed interest hygiene and things of that nature.
Yes.
And in none of those text messages did you see anything that indicated that he was actively psychotic at the time he was texting with his family members.
That's correct.
Yeah, any follow-up questions?
Not at this time. Awesome.
Just a couple. When did you see Mr. Smith?
I saw him in February 15th.
And you saw him one time?
Yes.
Live and in person or on Zoom?
I went to jail.
You went live and in person?
Yes.
And did you, how long did you spend with him? Did you have any opportunity to communicate with the Forensic Center about what they had observed when they met with them?
Well, I had the Forensic Center report and I had access to the records that they use.
Okay, but I mean, did you actually talk to anybody and say, what did you observe? What did you know?
No, I did not.
Okay. What about me? Did you ever contact me? I often get calls from the forensic center doctors who say, you know, tell us what your experience has been. Did you call me and get my take on what I was saying?
No.
So you don't have any idea what his interaction with me has been?
That's correct.
And I've also on occasion been able to participate with the Zoom conference with the doctor and with the, you know, the defendant in whatever case about, so the doctor could observe my interaction with them. We didn't have any occasion to do that, did we?
No.
So you, your opinion is in fact that he is mentally ill, schizophrenic, psychotic, and who knows what else?
Well, if I could explain that a little bit.
Well, I mean, was that your testimony earlier? You believe him to be schizophrenic?
Yes.
You believe him to be psychotic?
No.
Okay. But your opinion about his mental illness came from you reviewing prior documentation and interactions this young man has had.
In part on the way he behaved when I was interviewed.
Okay, so you, in fact, through what you saw evidence of prior delusions?
But prior delusions, yes.
Yes. When you met with him for that hour at the jail, you didn't see any signs of delusions?
Yes.
That is correct.
That is correct.
You didn't know, you know, what was happening with the smile, could have been, could not have been, but could have been a product of a delusion he was having, or could not have been.
That's right.
Hard for you to say because you don't have any history with him.
Well, hard for anybody to say.
Well, Judge King just described being able to pick up on cues with his son, and I would assume that's because he knows his son pretty well.
I think I'm.
Yeah, so I mean, having a history with somebody sometimes can give you some clues about what's going on, right?
Yes, but the difference between Judge King's example and the case of Mr. Smith, in my opinion, does suffer from schizophrenia. Given that that's the case, that raises the possibility that on any given day he's suffering from psychotic symptoms.
Okay.
Right? Unlike undiagnosed adolescent whose father knows that he smiles from stress.
Because that's something that just because you didn't see it in the hour you spent with them, it doesn't mean that's not something that at any given time, at any given moment, might not appear.
That's right.
Nothing further, thank you.
But the finding of whether a person is competent or incompetent to stay on trial is not based on what's going to happen in the future, what may happen in the future. It's based on the data that you're observing presently when you're seeing him.
Yes.
Okay. And in terms of nothing further.
Well, if I might just follow up on that. If somebody is suffering from a delusion, can we agree that that might impact his ability to rationally assist his attorney?
Oh, absolutely.
And what we can't tell right now is how often Mr. Smith's delusions might come about.
Yeah, but yes, we cannot predict whether he will be delusional on any given day.
Thank you.
But once again, competency is based on how the person, and that is why competency can be reevaluated every time. It's what the snapshot of what the person is now.
That's right.
So I'm not to understand that because it's hard to pinpoint when these delusions may or may not occur. Person at any given time may not be able to assist their attorney or may be able to assist their attorney. Fair?
Yes.
at the time that you examined him, you didn't see an issue there.
I didn't see an issue with him being psychotic. I think some psychotic symptoms on that. You say the way he was behaving, it suggests to me quite possibly was not totally well.
Is there any way to treat this schizophrenia?
Well, yes, Your Honor, that's, and in terms of being able to predict a mentally ill person's schizophrenic person's mental status in the future, left untreated, schizophrenia can be absolutely fine. Person is always psychotic in some cases, it gets worse, it gets better over time, even without treatment. For the vast majority of patients, if they receive treatment, their psychotic symptoms are generally very well controlled by the medication. So if we have somebody who suffers from schizophrenia, but is undergoing treatment, we would predict that most likely, again, the fact that you're getting treatment, there's not an absolute guarantee that I'm going to become psychotic anyway. But for the majority of patients, if they receive treatment, their psychotic symptoms should remain in remission.
So in their expert opinion, if this defendant, although he suffers from schizophrenia, who was to receive treatment from the time of at least these proceedings, there's a good possibility that there won't be an issue of him having a psychotic episode.
Yes, it's very possible.
Questions based on my question?
Yes, there was no evidence from the county jail that while he's been in the county jail, he suffered any type of psychotic episode.
The jail records I reviewed, yes, suggested that he was not psychotic at the time of any of those steps. So,
And as it relates to a person can be competent today, but then at some further point in time, they can be rendered incompetent, they can have psychotic episode.
yes,
But the finding has to be based on what's going on now.
yes,
Nothing further. Oh, one additional thing. But still, you cannot say that the ability to assist his attorney is a byproduct of him being schizophrenic.
yes, that,
And the schizophrenic is the diagnosis. That doesn't mean he's operating under the illness at every point in time just because he's had that diagnosis. Is that correct?
that's correct.
Anything else?
No.
All right, thank you so much for your time, Doctor. Appreciate you.
Judge, I just basically want to say in summation is, in terms of attributing his lack of assisting his attorney to the fact that he has a mental illness, and I go way back to two things I learned in undergrad dealing with reasoning and fallacies. And the fallacy that association applies causation, which means you're saying that his ability to not assist is caused by the schizophrenia. The fallacy that association implies causation, the practice of drawing a conclusion about a cause and effect based solely on observations of a relationship between the two variables. So basically, just because you're saying, just because he's schizophrenic, therefore, that makes him not able to assist. That's fallacious reasoning. You're associating cause and effect. Just because there's two things that happen, that's called the fallacy of false correlation. And there's also another, I gotta go back again to my old reasoning that I learned in college. It's the fallacy of, and I'm gonna say it probably slow because I can't, it's called the fallacy of false cause, and the full Latin term is post hoc ergo propter hoc, which translates into after this, after this, therefore because of this. So the reasoning is just because he's mentally ill, that everything he does is attributed to the mental illness. You can't make that, that's a fallacious argument. There's still no concrete evidence that because he is mentally ill, that is the reason why he is failing to assist his attorney in the manner that she wishes to be assisted. The doctor testified there are plenty of defendants who make poor decision-making about the course of their criminal case. They're not mentally ill at all. So there is no way that you can say because he's schizophrenic, that is the reason why he is not assisting his attorney in what she believes is a rational manner.
All right, just a couple of brief things. The court has before it 3 reports. The initial report, quite some time ago from the Forensic Center, which opined that based on their evaluation of Mr. Smith, their review of the records, their evaluation interview, that they did not believe he was competent or rationally assisting his defense. Then we had Dr. Shazer, who in February for an hour sat with Mr. Smith and opined based on all this information that, well, he could or he couldn't be. And then the last report, again, a follow-up, most recent, Dr. Miller, who opined not able to rationally assist based on his interview with Mr. Smith, based on his conversations with me about what his interaction with him had been. I even spoke back initially with the Forensic Center, who called me and said, describe, what your concerns are. So I understand and I appreciate Dr. Shazer's what he's saying. But the fact that for an hour in February, he did not appear psychotic is not, I think, appropriate or adequate analysis of whether or not going forward, he can rationally assist. I mean, I know the prosecutor is not implying that every time I meet with him and I feel he's having a psychotic episode, I need to run back to the court and say, stop, let's have another evaluation. I mean, that just seems wholly inappropriate. I would ask the court to enter an order, allow this young man to get some treatment, and then we can move forward.
One thing that seems kind of strange to me, that if he is psychotic and suffering from these delusions, then why would he not understand the nature of the objects and the proceedings against him? It's just that very narrow one thing. If he's like delusional, hearing voices and all that, he would still not be able, he would not be able to understand the nature of the objects and proceedings. He would not be able to name off the participants in the criminal justice system. It's just that one small area about what defenses that should be pursued that he's exhibiting poor decision-making about. And once again, the doctors in their reports cannot say that the poor decision-making in that area is a product of his schizophrenia. Sure, he's schizophrenic. We're not saying he's not schizophrenic. But is that schizophrenia what's making him make poor decisions? There are plenty of people walking around outside every day making poor decisions and have no mental illness whatsoever. So you cannot say, once again, I talked about the motivating factors, cause and effect. You can't attribute that to him being mentally ill. And the statute dealing with competency is a snapshot in time. Is he competent right now? And yes, despite Ms. Manarino's argument that she shouldn't be running back to the court every time she believes he's psychotic, that is what the competency statute contemplates, because the competency statute says competency should be raised at any point in time where you believe the defendant is incompetent, even if you're in the middle of a trial and there's some evidence the defendant is becoming incompetent, not competent, you raise it again. So competency is, by the very nature of the statute, contemplates something that could be reoccurring. And the argument is we don't know what's going to happen in the future. That is not what the competency addresses. Competency is a snapshot in time. Is he competent now? And I believe based on the evidence, even though there's 2 reports that say he's not competent, but if you really look and listen to those reports, it's only on that one narrow issue, and they cannot say with any concrete evidence that his poor decision-making on what way to pursue his defense is a product of his schizophrenia, nor can they say he's psychotic when he made those decisions.
So how I wish to proceed now is I haven't had an opportunity to review any of these reports. I would like to review them in detail and before I reach a conclusion as to how we proceed. So if you all could give me to at least Monday. If you're available.
Yes. Can we do it by Zoom, Judge?
You can, absolutely.
Or like earlier.
Well, 10 o'clock should be fine. That's why that's fine. So things will probably get dismissed.
I can do it as early as 9:30.
I have one little free trial across the street. I can be available.
Tell me a good time.
I can accommodate whatever time works for the court. Ms. Lindsay, who is so busy these days.
So this Lindsay, what time did you say?
I can do it 9 in the court. I can do it 9.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
It'll be quick. All right, so 9 o'clock. Donald be continued.
Thank you.
At least, Judge, I got to use some terms that I learned to speak loan debt requiring.
Okay.
Zoom? Are we off Zoom?
Receiving treatment at this time, regardless of what my decision is. I don't want them languishing in Wayne County Jail without receiving any treatment. That's not going to help the condition.
Can you mark his medical or something? And I think that maybe the reason why he hasn't been transferred is I just don't think they have beds.
I mean, that's my guess. Like I said, my last client sat there for 5 months before they transferred.
So, I mean, if you could mark his file medical in order that he be given treatment for his mental illness.
Yeah. Does your file reflect? I don't know. He says he's not on any medication. I don't know if that's true or not. You know, my doctor does all his jail records. I'll verify, but
I think he is. He's in the psych ward, I know.
I don't think he is. But I don't know that. I have, all of my clients are mentally ill, on the psych ward, not on the psych ward, I forget who's there.
Well, if the court requires to file medical, and I will check with, Chief Brian White in our office, happy to check with County Jail, see if he is on the psych ward and see what we can do about it. Put him there.
I don't know. That's the bare minimum, but I would like to receive some treatment.
Based on what Dr. Shazer said, I am concerned. The longer he goes without is a real concern.
Absolutely.
All right, appreciate it, Judge.
It's just being back over here.
No, we don't see you that much anymore. What's up with that?
They got me changed my desk. You will not believe how much work I got to do.
Really?
Because we're so back up and we've been losing so many people, it's just.
I know. So you just doing the trials over there?
Yeah.
All right.
Have a good one.
Thank you. You should be safe.
Hold on, let me ask. All right. Yeah, let me ask, hold on. Just we do a waiver, dismissal of the case. Okay, he'll be over in a minute.
So that form that we used to do where.
Finding and form.
Yeah. Additional orders. To see street court witness.
That is a 1:30, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I'd like to go and start at 1:30.
All right. Mr. Kehoe and Silver. It's on. It comes in those.
Yes.
Like right now, we can't hardly hear him. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Ms. Silver, Mr. Kehoe.
Yes, sir.
Howdy.
Howdy. I don't know
Good
what's up.
afternoon, Judge.
Mr. Kehoe.
Hey, we're looking for a date for Mr. Johnson to do this competency hearing.
We had sent some emails a long time ago asking, and I thought it had been put on April 27th at 1:30. Is that not accurate?
It could be. No.
I put a dictation on date out there, April 27th, until I get a date from them. Remember they were supposed to agree on the
It's
date?
April 27th. Is that a good day for you?
Yes, Judge.
I'm gonna double check with my doctor, but we checked a long time ago and it was, so I'm assuming.
I can do that date and time.
And
Okay,
Judge, I know Miss Silver and I weren't sure. I think we agreed that the doctors could be over Zoom. Did the court want us in person or over Zoom?
Either or, it doesn't matter to me.
I'm
Just
gonna
a
be,
Sure.
if my client is gonna be in the courtroom, I'm gonna be in the courtroom with him. If he's,
Okay.
I thought if he's gonna be by Zoom, I'll be by Zoom, so it's whatever the court wishes.
You want me to Zoom? I'll make sure to say on Zoom.
We can do it Zoom if you like.
Okay, I know the doctors were anticipating coming by Zoom.
Okay, Zoom it is.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
I'm gonna double check with my doctor. If there's any issues, I'll let you know. Otherwise, if you don't hear from me today, then we'll just assume that's a good day. Does that work?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right,
Thank you,
guys.
Miss Silver.
Thank you, Mr. Kehoe.
Take care.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
That correct, Judge? 427. On Thursday, right?
Yes. Yeah, see you guys.
Yolanda,
See you at 1:30.
okay, you schizophrenic over there? Schizophrenic. You know, what? When they was talking about that, I was like, as much as I sit up here and smile and stuff by myself. And like, yeah. Oh my God. She's talking to me like she knew me. She had a polka dot bag. And I was like, where did you get that bag? We was talking about this. And it was a cloth bag. But I like it because our bags like square. So they like stick out. Like, right. Yeah. Hers was like tubular. It was like this. Really? And she like took it off her shoulder, opened it, it was like, wow. Oh, wow. She's like, I got time to try to carry everything that you're talking about. And I said, where'd you get it from? She's like, I said, my favorite, she's like, big polka dot bag. Oh, and yesterday I went, of course I couldn't find it. I was like, I'm finding something for me and you. Yeah, I'm in here with a big old bag. I could not find that, but I'm on the lookout. I could not find it. It was perfect, because it was deep. And it opened up. It opened up. Yeah. But I could not, I searched how, my sister searched for it. I could not find that bag. I'm not giving up. You know what I'm finding, I ain't joke. Get in here, you can say it. It was that big, like, it's that big. Yeah. Yeah. Lay's potato chips. Check for tea. It's off to 1:30. Oh, 2,000 do, the machine will take a 5, so it'll work. Let me give you that for the Dr. Ray. You want something from the vending machine? No. Okay. Not right now.
Yeah.
Oh, now you can go. Got it.
Steve. I'm good. How are you?
No, just. I mean, Judge King, courtroom. Happy there. Then how was that vacation? Wait, hold on, let me, close the door, cut off the lights. Hold on. Oh, that's okay. Good. It turned out really good. And they had a little get together. They called themselves was gonna surprise me, right? But you know, my older sister, she can't hold water. She told me no sooner as they set it up. See, and they gonna tell me, don't tell me I told you. You ain't gonna say nothing. Why would you tell me? Mhm. But anyway, it turned out really nice. Yeah. And someone came back Monday. That was like, yeah. We're on vacation. Yeah. I ain't mentioned it. Go ahead, 'cause yeah. Yeah, because you know, you can't access our case because they working on the system here. Yeah. Mhm. Um, yeah, her first name is with a C. Her last name is with the K, Kockx. All right, then. We got a 1:30. Yeah. This week, Yolanda Henry. All righty, all righty. Lady inside. Judge Kenneth. What is this letter in regards to? So guess you can send it to 36 district. And that's the true rate, 48221. For the attention Judge Kenneth. Alright, we will initially about 1:30. Judge King. Judge King. What was the defendant's name? Okay. Yes, his case got on the right. Yes. Correct. Okay, so it's been wound over to Frank Murphy. I'm not sure how they handled it. I'm not sure. But you have to contact them when you can. I have a general number for Frank Murphy. It's the clerk's office. That number is I don't. Shoot. Oh, 313-224-2503. Yeah, that's the clerk's office. All right, you're welcome. Smith when I get back.
Okay.
Somebody, the officer was asking about what time you guys come in. Was there somebody out there?
I ain't seen nobody. Nobody asked me nothing.
Okay, maybe she just wanted to.
The G4S officer?
Yeah.
Yeah, I seen her sitting back there. She
Oh,
didn't
okay.
say nothing.
All right.
So, what's her name? Okay.
It's everyone. My past AP hits out there. I'm supposed to be representing the witness to meet up. We haven't had any recent emails or anything from her. Okay, thank you. Let me look at. Do you want us to sit wait outside or stay here?
You can, y'all can stay outside. The witness gotta stay outside, yeah. The witness can't come in until she. Oh. Yeah, you can just wait outside.
The doctor's here. Yes. No, are you? Okay. These Quentin, they get real picky about how you spell their name. You do some with an I, some with an E. I know. What's a good contact? 744 778 377
How do we get these special pants from?
Huh?
You get these special pants from?
I don't know. I think that one was laying on somebody's desk.
It's something you stole it.
No.
If it don't belong, you
It's just been laying around.
If it don't belong, it don't matter. If it don't belong, you stole it.
No, it was just laying around. People leave e-pens laying around on desks all the time. It was on this desk.
How you know they might not come back and get it?
If it is, it's right there.
It was on your shirt.
I mean, I'm just saying, they come back and say, I lost my pen. I'm like, is this it?
They ain't gonna find it. It's on your shirt.
What this one say? It's just laying around.
That's why I can't find my.
Don't even try it. You had an e-pen earlier today.
Yeah, I sure did. Somebody probably picked it up because it's like laying around.
Or you left it somewhere.
Might be in my locker.
Okay. Hey, Jim, you gonna open a witness room for me? What's your name? What's that?
Hello, come in, boss plan.
Glasses go to a suit.
Oh, yeah. Gotta take 'em off. I was trying to push you in nice weather. Didn't work. It's cold out there.
I know, right? They said it's gonna be 78 degrees today.
They lied.
That's crazy.
Oscar said we just want to say.
So once say time's up. One second.
Okay. On back.
Good luck.
Your Honor.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. Let's start raining here soon.
Is it?
Sky's black.
What happened to the nice 70, 80-degree day?
I know, that was last week.
They said it was supposed to be today as well.
Yeah. I think it was supposed to be 80 degrees.
Somebody lied.
Yeah, they lied.
It's cold out there.
Honestly, I prefer it like that. I prefer it like that. People tend to stay inside and they don't hurt each other as much.
I was about to say, apparently you haven't spent a lot of time on domestic violence.
Well, I get those too now.
Mr. Hicks?
Sorry about that, Judge King. The witness, they told me around 1 o'clock wasn't here quite at 1, so. But she is here now.
And the hits just keep on.
Exactly right.
Score on the line.
All right. Ready? Calling case 2355965, people of the state of Michigan versus David Jamal Chastain. Defendant was charged with count 1 homicide, murder, first degree premeditated. Count 2 felony murder. Count 3 home invasion, first degree. Count 4 weapons, firearms, possession by a felon. Count 5, 6, 7, and 8 felony firearm. Defendant has an official offender second place notice. Appearances for the record.
Good afternoon, and may it please this honorable court, ADA Jonathan Hitz, appearing on behalf of the people, P85288.
And good afternoon, Your Honor, honorable staff, Attorney Quentin Docs, number 79657. On behalf of my client, Mr. Chastain, please put me at left. Chastain, please state your full name for the record. Chastain.
This date, time, subject to my examination of the record to proceed.
The people are, Your Honor, just as a reminder, I do not intend on asking for a bind over with respects to counts 2, 3, and the associated.
You have any preliminary matters you'd like to attend?
I do, Your Honor. I would like to move to admit both People's Proposed Exhibit 1 and 2. People's Proposed Exhibit 1 is a copy of the report from the Office of Wayne County Medical Examiner. It's admissible under MCL 766.11B1B.
Any objection?
Objection.
Admitted?
And may I publish just a brief portion of that report, Your Honor?
Yes.
This is a report of Cole Kroom and B regarding the postmortem examination of the body of Sherman Dozier, ME case number 23-01990. Dr. Kroom explains that postmortem examination revealed a close range entrance shotgun wound to the left orbit with associated laceration at the 11 o'clock position. There was soot and gunpowder stippling noted on the skin surrounding the wound. The wound track proceeded from this injury through the left eye globe, entered the skull through the left frontal bone, perforated bilateral hemispheres of the brain, and the part of the skull through the right parietal bone with corresponding exit wounds on the right parietal scalp. Additional injuries associated with this wound include a laceration on the right outer canthus and fractures of all facial and calivarial and basilar skull bones except the left occipital bone. The wound track was from front to back, left to right, and upwards when the body is viewed in the standard anatomical position. Multiple deformed pellets and wadding were recovered from the head and retained. In consideration of the circumstances, postmortem examination, and toxicology findings, in my opinion, that death was caused by a shotgun wound to the head, and the manner of the death was indeterminate.
I heard a death is in the term.
Yes, Your Honor. I think the evidence that we're going to present here today will lead the court to an opposite conclusion, but the medical examiner's office did not make that.
And this is that.
On the death certificate. That's correct.
No, that's all. No, I don't need this.
Happy to admit, I've never seen an autopsy report like this. There's an alleged shotgun shot to the head. I know that is indeterminate.
Yes, Your Honor, I certainly don't think this court is bound by the findings of Dr.
Let me get this down. Okay.
The next item I'd ask for admission of is people's proposed exhibit 2. It's a certified stamped copy of the Register of Actions for State of Michigan versus David Jamal Chastain. It's case number 19-002403-01-FH, which shows that he was convicted of attempted carrying a concealed weapon and sentenced on May 6th of 2019. The conviction date is April 11th of 2019. All right.
Okay.
Admitted.
Would you like a copy, Judge? Please. And with the admission of those two exhibits, I would ask that I be admitted into the Zoom room as the ability to share my screen. Thank you, Judge.
All right.
With that, the people called River Trade League meeting.
Good afternoon, sir. Please step forward. Give your name and the spelling of your name to the young lady seated over there. Over there and tell me your name and spelling for me, please. Please raise your right hand. Swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Can't hear you.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Have a seat. The witness box right next to me. Thank you. When you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That microphone is to your left.
And if you could try to keep your voice up, just so the court reporter can hear you, and everyone in the court can hear you, we appreciate it. Could you please state your name again for the record? River Haney. And how are you employed, Mr. Haney? Well, are you employed? Yeah. How are you employed? I am a statesman preschool. And where do you live? 227. I'm sorry. Well, let me strike that question. In
February of 2023, where were you
And 19545 Front Street.
And is that in Detroit, Michigan?
Yes,
And is that the city of, or I'm sorry, Wayne County?
yes,
And did you have a camera at the entrance of your apartment?
yes.
What type of camera was that?
It was a rain camera.
And what direction did that camera face?
Pointing towards every door.
Do you know the apartment numbers for those other doors?
208 and 207.
And to your knowledge, was that camera fairly accurate to record the events that take place outside your apartment?
Yes,
And are you able to then access those recordings as the owner of the camera?
yes,
And did you access recordings for the early morning hours of February 12th, of 2023?
yes,
And did you download some of those recordings?
yes,
And did you provide copies to the Detroit Police Department?
yes,
And prior to you testifying, I showed you a file off my computer that I had marked as People's Exhibit 3, isn't that correct?
yes,
And did you recognize that file?
yes.
What was it?
It was a video of two people.
Was it one of the videos that you provided to the Detroit Police Department?
Yes,
And was it a fair and accurate copy of that recording?
yes.
At this time, I've moved to admit and publish People's Exhibit 3.
Any objection?
I would like to see the videos, Your Honor.
You haven't seen it?
Is this the ones that you said yesterday? Or was it the ones that?
No, this was provided.
That's fine, yeah, that's no objection.
No objection?
No objection, yes, Your Honor.
Submitted.
Well, number 3.
And permission to publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Haney, can you see that screen off to your right?
Yes,
Is this that video you were referring to earlier?
yes,
And Judge, I'm not sure if you control that screen, but there's a box in the bottom right-hand corner. Can you move that box? It's just blocking the timestamp.
I can't move it. Oh. See the bottom of the timestamp.
Oh, that's perfect. Okay. That timestamp in the bottom right-hand corner, to your knowledge, is that timestamp accurate?
yes.
Yeah, I'm gonna play People's Exhibit 3 in its entirety.
I'm already beat on this guy, whole AR in that fucking hallway. Like, bro, this nigga, I'm not gonna touch this nigga in this fucking shit, bro.
Did I also show you a file on my computer that I titled People's Exhibit 4?
Yes,
Did you recognize that file?
yes,
Was that another one of the files that you turned over to the Detroit Police Department?
yes,
And was that a fair and accurate copy of the recording you provided to the police?
yes.
At this time, I've moved to admit and publish People's Exhibit 4. No objections, Your Honor.
Submitted.
And you mentioned that the timestamp of People's Exhibit 3 was accurate. To your knowledge, is the timestamp that appears in the bottom right-hand corner of People's Exhibit 4, is that also accurate? Yes. Did I also show you a file on my computer that I titled People's Exhibit 5? Yes. Did you recognize that file? Yes. What was it?
I can't hear you, sir.
A video of 2 people. And was that also a video that you provided to the Detroit Police Department? Yes. And was it a fair and accurate copy of that file that you provided to the Detroit Police Department? Yes. At this time, I move to admit and publish People's proposed Exhibit 5.
Any objection?
Just the. No objection.
Admitted?
And there were also some recordings that you didn't turn over to the Detroit Police Department. Isn't that fair to say from that morning? Yes. And I showed you prior to you testifying today a file on my computer that I marked as People's Exhibit 8. Yes. And did you recognize that video? Yeah. Was that also a video recorded by your camera? Yes. But it wasn't one that you turned over to the Detroit Police Department? No. But it was a fair and accurate copy of, as far as you know, the recording from your camera? Yes. At this time, I've moved to admit for People's Proposed Exhibit 8, and I'll let Mr. Dox make his objection.
No, I have not seen this video.
I'm sorry?
I've not seen this video.
How come he hasn't seen?
I provided him with a link to download the video. I can't remember if it was last night or earlier today. We just received these videos in response to a search warrant that Detective Arnston completed for Amazon. So I literally just got possession of it, I believe, yesterday. I turned it over shortly after I had possession of it. I also sent Mr. Dox separate copies via email, the 2 that I intended to admit today.
So, Mr. Dox, why don't you take a look at the video tonight?
Sure. I would object to people proposed exhibit number 8 and 9. I haven't spoken to my client regarding that. I can't hear any sound. Number 9 is what he's saying. Number 8, I don't know the context of the video.
It is what it is. If it has sound, so be it. If it doesn't, well.
Your Honor, I will stick to my objections. No rule, I get it, but
What's your objection? I don't understand.
I don't know the context of what I'm seeing in the video.
Okay, so how can I help you know the context of the video?
First of all, my client will need to see it, and we will talk about it, discuss it.
Okay, so I will do that. Mr. Hicks, can you move your computer back there so Kenneth can see it as well?
Yeah, and I can play the sound as well, if Mr. Dox likes. I think the court would probably hear it as well, but I don't have a problem playing the sound. That's something Mr. Dox wants to see.
I would like to hear the sound before I bid, so.
If there's sound, let them hear the sound.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We'll play it, you're gonna hear it as well. But you're being as a fact finder. However you want to proceed.
Share. Yeah. I think that's what I'm saying, chair. That's- Chair over here, I think right now. It's not.
Just one minute.
Okay.
So,
Just keep the play right.
You have flash.
Play it. Okay. Yeah.
Mr. Dox, why does your client have a mask on his forehead? Why don't you take that off? Thank you.
Okay, no objection.
Okay, admit it.
Hey, Your Honor. I'm not gonna play the entirety of People's Exhibit. And there was one more file that I showed you titled People's Exhibit 9, isn't that right?
Yes,
And did you recognize that file?
yes,
Was that another video that your Ring camera recorded?
yes,
And was it a fair and accurate copy of that recording?
yes.
At this time, I move to admit published People's proposed exhibit.
Any objection?
We're looking at snippets of this video. To me, it's very prejudicial as far as it's not the whole context. I would prefer to have the whole context in light of what we're just seeing right now is a 5-second.
There's a whole video.
No, Your Honor, but I would stipulate the admission of all the snippets.
So let's admit the entire video. If there's something in it that you would like the court's attention to. That's fine.
Yeah, and just to be clear, there isn't one video. I think there are about 30 snippets, and I've selected the ones that I believe are relevant, but I have no issue with the remaining snippets being admitted evidence. We'll just have to label them, I guess.
All right, admit it.
Okay. Thank you, Judge. Now I'm going to play the entirety of People's Exhibit 9. And I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examine.
Mr. Haney, good afternoon.
Yeah.
How many videos in total do you have of this particular incident? Are there videos that you have in your possession that you have not submitted to the police of this incident?
No.
Okay, and the Amazon, the late submission by the people that you, is that through your carrier, is Amazon, did they handle the Wi-Fi for that? Why are the videos of these last two proposed 8 and 9 are late?
I don't know.
Okay. Are your videos from the Ring camera, are they just like 8-second snippets? Or do you have just like a continuous day of like one video?
So the Ring camera only show like the motion. So you walk past it, we start recording.
Okay, so every time someone walk past, it's all, okay. And that's just, it stops recording after that, right?
After like 10 seconds.
Okay. And you submitted all the videos to the police, is that correct? Or to
I only submitted the ones that the cops, when they came to my house and stuff, they asked, did my camera work? And I was like, yeah. And they asked to look at it. And that's when they got the thing.
Talking to the microphone, sir.
Yeah, a little louder.
Okay, so the police had came to my house and they asked if my camera worked and I said yes. And then they asked to look at it. So then they had looked at it and told me to send me, send them the videos to this email. And then they told me what happened.
Okay, so you possibly may have videos.
Yes, so I believe that it was taken from the search warrant by the search warrant.
Okay, of the whole day, the coming and goings.
Yes.
No other questions, now. Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Sir, were you home? Next witness.
People call Tamika Matthews to the stand.
Please give your name and spelling to the court reporter over there. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you, ma'am. Please have a seat. This spot's right next to you. Just pull it over. Begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Could you please say your name again for the record? And if you could try to keep your voice up and speak into the microphone. Are you employed, Ms. Matthews? No. Do you know David Chastain? Yeah. How do you know him? And do you see him in court? Yes. Where is he seated? And could you identify something that he's wearing? I would ask the record to reflect the identification of the defendant.
So noted.
Did Mr. Chastain call you in the early morning hours of Sunday, February 12th? Around what time? Did you tell police it was 1 AM?
Please speak louder into the microphone.
I don't remember necessarily the time, but it was like early in the morning, after 12.
Okay, I don't need the exact time, but around 1 AM, Mr. Garrett? Okay. What did he say to you? Come over where?
The person didn't,
Where is Franklin Village located?
where should I?
Is that in the city of Detroit?
West Chicago?
Is that near Foss Street as well?
Yeah,
And is that in Wayne County, Michigan?
yeah,
And when he invited you there, did you ultimately go to that location?
yeah,
Was anyone with you?
yeah.
Who was that? And when you got to that location, what did you see when you arrived?
Louder, please.
He was outside.
What was he doing? And afterwards, what happened after you saw him? Did you follow him?
After I got the car.
Okay, what happened once you got inside?
He was upstairs at the, door of the apartment.
And what was he doing? You said banging on the door? Did he say anything?
No, I, said something to him first.
What did you say to him?
Where's the key?
And what did he say in response?
That, I know he didn't have his key. I really don't remember exactly what he said.
What was the gist of it?
That he didn't have it. Somebody said it.
Did he say anything about his uncle?
Oh, his uncle was in the apartment, drunk asleep.
What did you just say? Drunk asleep?
Drunk asleep.
And do you know his uncle?
Yes.
Who is his uncle?
Sherman.
Do you know his last name?
I think that was it.
And what happened next?
Just proceeded to, try to wake his uncle up by banging on the door.
Was he banging with his hands?
At first he was. I know the person was going to be kicking the door.
And what did you see next?
Right.
You said he proceeded to kick the door. What happened next?
After he kept kicking the door, we ended up leaving out the apartment, going to the car.
And when you first went to the apartment, when you first saw him at the apartment door, did he have something with him?
There was somebody's door.
What was that?
It was a gun.
What type of gun?
I don't necessarily know anything about him, so I don't know exactly what type of gun it was.
Was it a longer gun?
Yes.
And when you saw him banging on the door, how did you respond?
And I just told him to stop banging on the door.
Did you know whose apartment that was?
Yes.
Whose apartment was it?
My cousin.
What's your cousin's name?
Amber Rand.
So after you go back outside, what happens next?
I really don't remember what happened outside. I know we proceeded to go back in there.
Okay, what happened when you made it back in?
He was just still, he kept trying to get inside the apartment. Was that at that point he was kicking the door.
Who was kicking the door?
And
That's Mr. Chastain.
yes,
And did he eventually get inside the apartment?
not at that moment.
Okay, well, what happened next then?
He said stick it and went outside. And stuff like that. I stayed in there, I was trying to fix the door, like, it was at the bottom, it was like kind of open. So when like kicked in, so I was trying to fix it, because like I said, it was my first apartment, so I was trying to fix the door and not leave it like that. And I just kept messing with the door. And I proceeded to try to phone our cousin, her phone to voicemail. So I called her private and she's still there. And after that, they had text me and asked me what I was doing. Because I guess he was ready to go. And I told him I forgot exactly what I told him, but I know it's going to come in.
And did he ultimately come back in? And what happened when he came back?
Well, I know I was doing something with the door, and sometimes, it opened up and stuff like that.
You said I was doing something with the door. Was he the one that did something with the door, or did you do something?
No, like I had, like, the whole time I was messing with the door, and like, he did something, and like it opened.
Okay, what happened if the door opened?
He went back to his husband, and I proceeded to try to get the things off the door, from the door.
When you're talking about the things, you mean just like debris from the door?
Yeah, like, yes, that's what we're doing.
Okay, and the defendant, he proceeded into the back of the apartment?
Yeah.
And did you hear anything at that time?
Yeah, and it's also arguing.
How is the sound of that argument? What did it sound like?
Just him arguing.
Was it a conversation like we're having? Were their voices just slightly elevated? Was there yelling?
Slightly elevated.
Okay, so only slightly elevated? Do you remember any specific things that were said?
I don't remember, David was there, they was trying to get in the door, and it's open, and he said, you went for a drunk sleep, and he said, yeah, I know that, and they was just kept arguing and stuff like that. And then, I know after that, when I had got up off the floor, and I had entered the, like, walking towards the kitchen, I know, David and his uncle, I heard them really just arguing, a little more. And I heard David with his uncle, like tussle or something, stuff like that. And David proceeded to tell his uncle, like, stop. And his uncle was like, you stop, stuff like that. And I don't remember if I was like in the kitchen at the time or not, but I was trying to get the room and stuff like that to clean the off the floor. And I went and started the motion.
You heard a gunshot? The court reporter is saying you need to respond yes or no. You can't say uh-huh.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, thank you. And when you said you heard a tussle, what did that sound like? Was it like bodies being thrown around the room or just movement?
really can't say.
Speaking to the microphone.
I really can't say.
Before the gunshot, did you hear any loud bangs?
Oh, I just heard them moving around,
So you didn't hear any bangs?
like fighting.
Yeah, like fighting.
You know?
Did you hear any like smacks, like he slapping someone or something?
Yeah.
Between the time when the defendant went into the back and the time you heard the gunshot, what would be your estimate of how much time passed between those two?
I don't know.
Can't even just ballpark it, you don't have an estimate here?
No, I don't.
Fair to say that it was under 5 minutes?
I honestly don't know.
Well, you said you were cleaning up and then you went in the kitchen. So you think you were cleaning up and then it took you 5 minutes to get in the kitchen? So probably fair to say that it was less than 5 minutes, right?
Yeah.
Okay, after you heard the boom or the gunshot, what happened next? I think you need to hold the microphone away.
After that, I just did her quiet and I called him and no one said anything. And David was just crying.
Did he eventually come out of the room? Do you have an estimate of how long passed between the gunshot and when he came out?
No, but it wasn't done.
What did you do after he came out of the bedroom?
Was standing there when he was just crying and I was going to do something. I don't really remember asking him to anything. I just know I don't remember because his uncle, you know.
I said his uncle was what?
Was thinking,
Yeah.
And what did you do in response?
I was like, anything, you know, I just try to keep him alone and I said, nothing.
Prior to when you looked in the room and saw his uncle laying there, did you see his uncle at any point that evening?
Which one?
Did you see him at any point? No, you didn't?
No.
Did you notice anything about his uncle when you looked in the bedroom?
He was just laying.
Did you see any blood?
No, that's the first time. I keep in there a second time. Well, the first time when I looked in there, he was just laying there. And then I looked again, and that's when I seen him.
Did you see any weapons in there?
Yeah.
What type of a weapon?
Shotgun.
And,
Shotgun.
and where was that located?
On the floor.
I'm gonna permission to approach, Your Honor. Yeah, I just showed you what I marked as People's Exhibit 6. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what his uncle looked like when he looked into the bedroom?
Not like that.
What do you mean not like that? What's different?
Somebody had to touch him. He wasn't like that.
How was he positioned then?
It was like, I really can't say, but it was like on the edge of the bed.
So he was still laying in the bed?
It was like he was like on his side, like he fell, you know, like, I really can't explain.
If you could just try your best. He was on his side on the bed, were his legs off the bed? But his upper torso was on the bed, so from waist up?
Yeah.
And in relation to him, where was the gun? Where did you see it?
It was like on the floor, like where his legs were.
So it was by his feet?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, what happened next?
Please keep your voice up.
First of all, police just scared, didn't know what to do. And, and they were going back and,
Did you tell him to do anything with the weapon?
Sorry.
I would like to please recommend.
Did you see the defendant do anything with the weapon?
This is the same weapon that you saw in the room?
Yeah, the answer is yes.
You said that was a rifle?
She said it was a shotgun.
Shotgun? You put the shotgun in his pants?
Yes.
Did he eventually leave the apartment?
Yes.
And did he still have the shotgun in his pants when he left the apartment?
Yes.
And what happened after he left the apartment?
We was in the parking lot when we left outside the apartment. We tried to, like,
Who's his cousin?
I don't know his real name.
Does he go by JJ?
Yeah.
And where was JJ during all this?
In the apartment. Sleep. Jump.
Whose car?
I'm sorry, did you say that? Yes. Say that again, please.
Whose car was JJ in? Were you able to wake JJ up?
He woke up when
Was he ever awake long enough for you to have a conversation with him?
No.
What happened after you couldn't wake JJ up? All right, Judge. At this time, I am going to present the court with an immunity petition. I wasn't aware that she was going to take the Fifth Amendment providing us some critical testimony regarding what occurred after this incident. I have the paperwork here. Provided to our attorney first, so she can review it very quickly. Ms. Coulthurst.
Sure. Ms. Coulthurst, would you like to confer with your client? Ma'am, you can step down and talk to Ms. Coulthurst.
Judge and sound system expert. There are a couple of hats to that.
Not my first rodeo.
Just a few more minutes.
Man, please do take the stand and remind you that you're still under oath, okay? Again, I need you to talk nice and loud. In fact, you can actually take that mask off so that we can hear you clearly, okay?
Judge, at this time, I'd like to petition the court for Ms. Matthews, simply for the use of her testimony in this proceeding.
And you had an opportunity to go over this immunity agreement with your attorney, Ms. Colthurst.
Yes.
Ms. Colthurst, you had an opportunity to go over this.
Yes, Your Honor, good afternoon.
For the record, Jennifer Coulter's P52876, I am appearing as an attorney for the witness to me for now. But I did have an opportunity to view the petition with Ms. Mackie. She does understand it. She's prepared to proceed with the testimony.
Ma'am, you have any questions for the court about this agreement? Can we make this
And just for the record, Judge, are you signing the immunity order?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you. All right, so just so I can back up here, you pled the fifth to a prior question. I asked you regarding what happened with respect to, did you tell him anything? Strike that. Did you tell him to do anything with the shot?
Yeah.
What did you tell him?
I hear you.
To throw it out the window.
Okay, and now moving forward to what happened after you couldn't wake JJ up. What happened after that? What do you mean we left? How did you leave?
Ma'am, can you take the mask off so we can hear you?
He left me his car and I left him home.
Okay. So you were following him?
Yeah.
And where did he go?
He left and we went straight.
And the people you're talking about, we're talking about the thing with David Chestnut.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, you went straight. Do you remember a road that you wound up on?
Oh, no.
So you were near Joy Road. Is there a KFC near there? And what happened? So he got out of his car? Did he eventually get into your car? And JJ, this time he was just left sleeping in the vehicle? After the defendant got into your car, what happened next? Where did you go to?
Are you talking into the microphone?
I walked over.
What was there? What was there? What was on that road? Oh, you bought a room. I thought you were saying the road name. I'm sorry. Where did you buy a room? In Livonia? Did you eventually drive him to Ypsilanti? What was he trying to
Well,
do?
before that, I was trying to go get my phone for the next.
Okay, so stayed the night at that hotel. Then the next day you go to get your son?
Yes, I was supposed to go get my son, but my mother told me that I didn't have to come to get him, so I turned around and we went to the fashion.
And why did you go to the plasma center?
Because I wanted some money.
You needed to get some money?
Yeah, I'm the one that.
Okay. You didn't tell police that you drove the defendant there so he could get some money?
Well, he didn't know either. I did.
And you kept all that money for yourself, you didn't give any to the defendant?
I don't really remember what I did with it.
Did you eventually drop the defendant off somewhere?
Yes, I can swear, but I don't really do that location.
Was that near his grandmother's house?
Who grandma?
The defendant's grandmother.
I don't know who's grandma.
Okay. What happened to that shotgun that was in his pants?
It was less than a
Which car?
his car.
And that's an Impala?
Yes.
And at any point while you were with him on into the next day when you dropped him off at his friend's house, did he call 911?
No.
Did you call 911?
No.
Judge, permission to publish People's Exhibit 3.
Okay.
Judge, it looks like I might need permission to share my screen. Oh, no, I got it, I'm sorry. Okay, Ms. Matthews, can you see that screen off to your right?
Yes.
And I'm displaying People's Exhibit 3 at the 1 second mark. Do you recognize that individual?
Yes.
Who is that?
Maybe.
The defendant, David Chastain?
Yes.
And that item to his right in that frame, is that the weapon that you referred to earlier in your testimony?
Yes.
And I should be more specific. There were 2 weapons you referred to in your testimony. One was a shotgun, and one was, you weren't sure on the type of gun. But it's one that he had when he arrived. That's the one that he had when you arrived.
Yes.
Okay, permission to publish People's Exhibit 4.
Okay.
Okay, I just played People's Exhibit 4 in its entirety. There were 2 individuals that you could see in that video. You agree with me on that? And the male, that was the defendant that you previously identified? And the female, who is that? It's you?
Yes.
Thank you. And watching that video, does that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of the events from when you first entered the apartment?
Objection, Your Honor. I don't know what he means by that question. Next.
What is it you're trying to do? It's already.
It's already entered into evidence. I just want to see if she had any dispute about what that video looks like. But I'll withdraw the question. Permission to publish People's Exhibit 5?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I've stopped People's Exhibit 5 at the 0 second mark. Just one more time for the record, the male that you see here, that's the defendant. I can play it again if that'd be helpful.
Yes.
Okay, and the female, that's you.
Yes.
And at this time, this is when you and the defendant are leaving the apartment after you've heard the gunshot?
Yes.
You said Mr. Chastain's your boyfriend, so is it fair to say you care for Mr. Chastain?
Yes.
And you've talked with him since he's been incarcerated?
Yes.
He called you from jail?
Yes.
I'm going to play a portion of People's Proposed Exhibit 7. And this isn't in evidence yet, I'm just playing it for identification purposes, if that's acceptable.
Understood.
This is a call from.
So I'm playing People's Exhibit 7 from the 27th second.
That's their way of
Right.
answering you. They lying, they saying you could be locked up. No, you can't.
But
Trust
only
me,
if I, first of all, if I go to court, I shouldn't be locked up. Period.
Trust me.
Yeah, it stopped at the 40-second mark. Did you recognize any voices from that recording?
Yeah.
Who were those voices?
Mine, Jeffrey.
And does that appear to be a fair and accurate copy of one of your calls with Mr. Chesney?
Yeah.
At this time, I move to admit and publish portions of People's Proposed Exhibit 7.
Admit it.
Yeah, I'm going to play it from the 3-minute and 28-second mark. Correction, the 3-minute and 26-second.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, I just sat here and told him, even when I gave the statement, I don't remember exactly everything. I said that from the beginning. So while y'all keep coming at me and shit like that, you know what I'm saying? Like,
This will kill his whole deal, man. I don't know nothing. That's it.
like, then he talking about I know I didn't put myself in this position. He did, like.
He say I lived there. What the fuck?
That's what I'm saying. Like.
Yeah, it stopped at the 4-minute and 10-second mark. I'm gonna move forward to the 9-minute.
Because I'm keeping it real with them.
He lying.
I really.
Yeah, once you tell the judge that, the judge,
I'm just saying, and that's who I'm telling. Like, I don't know what to tell nobody. Like,
that's it. That's it right there. Like,
shit.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's up to the 9-minute and 31-second mark. And I'm going to play again from the 12-minute and 36-second.
My worries right now. What's going on? You know what happened? Like.
You gotta understand. You gotta come correct. You can't be staying on that day. Keep it simple. Short and simple.
You said what?
I tell you, gotta keep shit short and simple because they gonna try to mix your words.
I'm just gonna tell you like this. I don't even fucking remember. Like, I don't go.
You keep saying that, that's all you say. I don't know.
But it's not like I'm lying though.
I got a feeling they gonna try to make it like I'm talking to doing shit.
Here.
I'm not telling you shit. Nothing.
That's.
I'm going to stop at the 13-minute, 58-second mark. I don't have any questions here.
Cross-examine.
You have to notice that. You could take that off. so the court can get an accurate and clear transcribe of what we're going to testify today, okay?
Yeah.
Well, I just want to ask some of the, maybe be repetitious and repeat some of what the people has asked, but bear with me, okay? Because there's some questions that I do have with what went on that night. So, you said you received a call from David early morning, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you talk to him anytime prior to that call or text?
It was like earlier that day.
Yes.
Yeah.
What was the conversation about?
I don't know.
Okay. Was it normal conversation, routine conversation?
Yes.
And when you received the call, you said you had your child with you?
Yes.
Okay. And how old is your child?
2 now.
Okay. And you went over to the apartments, is that correct?
Correct.
And what was said when you met up with David?
That night?
Yes.
Nothing was said.
So early in the morning, David was he outside the apartment or was he inside the vestibule?
When I first pulled up, he was outside.
Okay. What did you say to him?
Nothing.
What did he say to you?
Nothing.
Did he mention anything to you about violence or kill his uncle or do anything like that?
No.
And your child was in your car or while you were outside and the child come outside?
She was in a car with me when I first pulled up. He was walking with me.
Oh. And you had mentioned that, so what was the conversation that led to David going up to his apartment? What was he saying?
He wasn't saying anything when we were in. He went in before me and I was there after.
Let's ask a different way. What was the reason for you going?
So he asked me to when I was just going to
Okay.
We asked you, let's go, now whose apartment was this?
it was my cousin and she let him stay there. He was
Let who stay there?
David.
Oh, so David lived there as well?
Yes. My cousin didn't, her name was on the permit, but she wasn't staying there anymore.
Now, why was the uncle there?
The uncle was there because he later got tethered there.
Later what?
Got tethered there.
He was tethered there?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so David called you to chill with you, kind of so to speak, that night, is that correct?
Yes.
And you've been over there before?
Yes.
And when you walked into the apartment, you said David was knocking on the door at that time?
I really don't remember. I know at one point he was knocking on the door and then started kicking the door.
Okay. And did you ever speak to the uncle that day?
No.
Okay. There was a funeral, correct?
Yes.
Did you know if the uncle attended the funeral? And David attended that same funeral, right?
Correct.
Did David ever tell you the uncle was drunk?
No, me and my cousins was, well, me and one of my other cousins was watching it on Facebook on somebody else's.
Oh, you were live streaming?
No, somebody else was.
And you was watching his uncle?
They was all in the car.
Okay. And you saw some drinking going on?
So yes?
Yes.
And you said JJ was in the car, David's cousin, right?
Correct.
Was in the car while you all were up in the car trying to get in.
Yes.
And did you see outside of the apartment an AR-15?
the apartment door.
outside the apartment door.
At first, I didn't see him until he grabbed me.
Okay,
And he went outside.
okay. So was that David's gun?
No,
Who gun was that?
I don't know.
Okay. And so you saw David, you didn't see David, you saw David take, you didn't see him take it out. You
I
saw,
didn't see him take it in, and I didn't, well, I seen him take it out, but I didn't see him take it in.
okay, so you didn't see him bring the gun into the apartment, but you did see him return the gun. Where did he return the gun to?
Car.
Okay. Why did he ever tell you why he wanted the gun out of his car?
No,
Okay.
I never asked.
Okay. And, you saw him knocking with his hands first, and then you started to see him kicking, is that correct?
Yes.
And at some point in time, David got tired, is that correct?
Yes.
He went back down to his car.
Yes.
He wanted to go, is that correct?
Yes.
What did he say to you?
He was ready to go, and I was the one that was kind of messing with the door.
So you the one, so did you pry the door open?
No.
Okay.
I
Did
was
you get-
messing with the door.
Right, did you, so at one point in time, David was in the car or outside the apartment ready to go. You remained at the apartment, is that correct, in front of the door?
Yeah.
And then at one point in time, did you call David to come up?
I texted him.
You texted him to come up
Yeah.
because the door was open.
It
You got the door lodged wider than what he had thought, is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's pull it right. And so you saw David, I'm just going to kind of summarize for the court, okay? So you saw David go downstairs, take the gun back to the trunk, the AR-15, is that correct?
Yeah.
And you text him, he comes back upstairs,
Yeah.
and you all enter the apartment.
Yeah.
And you hear argument, is that correct?
Yeah.
Do you ever hear David tell his uncle to calm down?
Yeah.
You said yes, I want to hear that.
Yeah.
And I know people ask you this, but I'm asking again just to try to get a duration of the time that you all were in the apartment and the time you heard the shot. You remember? I know you were cleaning up.
No.
Now, David lived at the apartment, is that correct?
Yeah.
Where you saw his uncle, the room, is that where David sleep?
Yeah.
So the uncle was in David's room, is that correct?
Yeah.
Now, after the shot, David was crying, is that correct?
Yeah.
And you both panicked, correct?
Yeah.
Did he ever once tell you not to call 911?
No.
And who idea was it to take two separate cars to go to the destination of Jordan Road?
I just have to my car.
And he followed you, correct? You followed him. He left the shotgun in his car, is that correct?
Yes,
And he went into your car, is that correct?
yes, I told him to leave in my car.
You told him, okay. Was it your idea to get a room?
Yes,
What was said between the time you got into your car and the time when you guys finally went to the hotel?
this was Friday. Friday, maybe.
Didn't say, didn't tell you what happened?
Friday. And it's Friday.
What did you say?
That would be hearsay and offered by part of the point.
And you mentioned that the time before you all entered the apartment, the time you, that whole day, David never mentioned about doing anything to something. How long have you and David been dating? For this whole year, has David ever talked about doing anything to you?
No.
You know who shotgun that was?
No, I never seen it before.
No further questions.
Can you read it?
Very briefly, Your Honor. You said that initial gun, I think you said you couldn't identify it initially, Mr. Dox called it an AR-15. That weapon, on cross-examination, you said that wasn't the defendant's gun. But he had that gun next to him when you first saw him inside the apartment. Isn't that right?
Well, at first I didn't see it by the door until he left out the apartment.
But he did have it next to him presumably, to pick it up from there. And he took that gun and he put it in his car.
Yes.
And other than those two facts, you don't really know anything about that gun.
No, I never seen that one.
And just one further point of clarification. Who was it that actually opened the door to go into the apartment? You were the one.
I know I was messing with the door and she did something and
Okay. I actually am going to show you one of the. Permission to publish People's Exhibit 4. Yeah, stop people's proposed exhibit for 12 second mark. You agree with me that it was the defendant that opened the door, right? And I'm gonna keep playing it from that. At the end of that clip, you agree with me that somebody was yelling?
Yeah.
Who was that was yelling? I have no further questions.
Your Honor. Exhibit number 4 that you just saw. You had gotten the door open. That's when you texted David to come up. Is that correct?
No, the door wasn't open. Yeah,
You had got it to where it was unlocked. Is that fair to say?
I mean, like, it was easy to open.
It was easy to open. And that's when you text David to come back up. Is that correct?
No, he had texted me what I was doing. He was ready to go, and I told him that.
You told him you got the door open.
I said something about the door, and I said,
Come back up. And those voices, was it voices or was it just David hollering, or was it both you, David, and the uncle hollering that you heard? Or at the time, what did you hear? Did you hear just Mr. Chastain? Or
there's
just...
a video.
Thank you.
Okay, so let me get a clear idea as to what's going on. How long have you been dating David? And you maintain that you live at this address on Clark?
Yeah.
You live at the address on Wire? I can't hear you.
I don't know.
You want him to live at 6372 Wire?
No, I think that's not the old address.
That's what?
Old address.
All right, who else lives at that address on Fox? You mentioned your cousin?
It's her apartment.
It's her apartment. She doesn't live there though?
No.
That's David
She
lives there.
Moved back with her mother.
So David lives there, and his uncle, you said, was tethered to that address.
Yeah, right. David was down there.
Okay, I got David. I'm talking about the uncle.
I don't remember when he started.
I didn't ask you when I said, does he live there? The uncle, he's tethered there, right? Anybody else live there besides David and the uncle? So you get a call from David to meet you at this location on Fox?
Yeah.
You get asked why? Okay. So you get there and can't get in. David didn't have a key to this location?
Yes, he has.
So
Well, he didn't have it back then.
He didn't have his key on.
Yeah.
So he's banging on the door and he can't get in, right?
Correct.
You know why David had a gun on him?
No.
Did you ask?
No.
Does he always carry guns on him?
No.
This was a little bit unusual to you, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That's a scary looking gun too, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, maybe not to you, but to me, it kind of scary.
I really wasn't paying attention.
I'm saying you were intoxicated?
Yeah.
What you have?
Alcohol.
Drinking?
Yeah.
Were you drunk? Were you high?
I mean, I was drunk. Yeah.
You was drunk?
No, I mean, I was drunk. And after all that, I didn't come down.
I can't hear you.
I said after all that,
I'm talking about at the time that you got there. Were you drunk?
no,
So you're telling me that you were driving drunk with your 2-year-old in the car? I can't hear you.
I was intoxicated. I mean, I had a lot of army going on. I was out home. I was just,
Why do you keep putting that mask on? I can't hear you with that thing on.
before, like, when at home, I was drinking, before that, I was drinking with my cousin.
And then you put your 2-year-old in the car and you went driving from your home to this location on the phone.
Not that far,
All right, so you get there, you see the gun. Did you ask David about the gun?
no, because I didn't see it until he was walking up the apartment, walking out the complex, the apartment building.
Was that after the shot was fired?
No,
Okay, so that was before the shot was fired. Okay, so when you seen the gun, you didn't ask him about it?
no.
Now, JJ was in his car,
Yes. Well,
David's car,
Yes.
and he was asleep
Yes.
the whole time.
Yes.
Did you see how that door got damaged?
Yeah.
How did it get damaged? David kicking it. Then he got tired, he left and went downstairs. Is that when you saw the gun?
Yeah.
And then you started trying to fix the door back because this is your cousin's place, right? You want your boyfriend coming over there and damaging her place, right? And then you get a text from David telling you, I'm ready to go. What are you doing, right? You tell him what?
I was fixing the door and then.
And then he comes back, and then that's when he's able to get in. When he came back, did he have the gun on?
No.
All right, so he came in, then you went in, and then we heard all that yelling, that noise, right? And that was, you said David yelling. Do you know what David was so angry about?
No.
No. What was David saying?
I don't remember. I just, at first I don't remember seeing him just playing.
So David goes into the apartment, he goes to the bedroom. You said that's David's bedroom he went into?
Yes.
He went to his own bedroom, and his uncle was there. Was his uncle asleep in David's bed?
No, she didn't see the uncle. She don't know.
I never went in the room.
Well, that's right. We assumed he was asleep, because that's what David told you, that he was in there drunk sleep.
No, before we got into the apartment, he assumed his uncle was just asleep, but
Right.
I don't know if he was listening to me asleep or not.
Okay. So then there's this argument.
Yes.
You said that, am I correct that you heard some tussling or bumping around?
Yes.
And then you heard a shot. Then you said David was crying. Did you call 911?
No.
Did he call 911?
No.
No one else was in the apartment, right?
No.
Just you, David, and his uncle.
Yes.
His uncle was Sherman Dozier.
Yes.
So then you leave. Well, David walks out the apartment. You walk out the apartment, get into 2 separate cars. But before that, you told him to do something with the shotgun. You told him to throw it out the window. Why'd you tell him to throw it out the window? Get rid of it? Get rid of the evidence? Did he throw it out the window?
No.
What did he do with it? Put it in his pants and then left the apartment? Got in his car? And you got in your car? And where did you go from there?
Back and went down the street and keep on.
Ultimately, David gets arrested. And you start receiving phone calls from the jail, right? From David. And those phone calls, what was David telling you? What was David saying about this case? If anything? So he didn't talk about the case?
Talked about me, you know,
He talked about your testimony?
about my testimony, but I kept telling him I was nervous.
Tell you how to testify or what to say?
No.
Any questions based on my questions?
Just one. So we know JJ was in the car, correct? And that gun, first one that you saw David take out, that could have been JJ's, is that correct?
No, that's speculation. Speculation.
Two people was in the car, correct? David took the gun. Did you see where he put it at?
It was in the car.
In David's car?
He put it in the car, yes.
In the trunk?
I don't remember.
Okay. And he left JJ and the gun off somewhere off of Joy Road, is that correct?
Yes, he left the keys in the weapons in the car.
And the weapons, both weapons?
Yeah.
In with JJ?
Yes.
No further questions.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You may step down. I would like to hear the people's exhibit. Do you have any other witnesses? I'm sorry.
Yes, Wilbur Hodo calling, was just gonna be one additional witness, but because there was some discrepancy there, there's gonna be two witnesses. We'll be ready. People call Detective Mia to the stand.
Good afternoon, sir. Please give your name and spelling to the court reporter. Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. The witness box next to me. Sorry. Begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name again for the record?
Yes, Detective Gulam Mia.
And how are you employed?
I'm from the city of Detroit Police Department, homicide section.
How long have you served as a police officer?
7 years.
And how long have you served as a homicide section?
Close to 3 years now.
Did your job duties take you to 954 Faust Street on Sunday, February 12th, 2023?
Yes.
And did you go into an apartment?
Yes.
Was that apartment 207?
That's right.
And what did you observe when you entered the apartment?
So as soon as I entered the apartment, the front door was off. It was off to the into the apartment. It was a open layout concept with a single bedroom. Proceeded into the apartment, passing the living room, the bathroom, the kitchen, and then into the single bedroom. And that's where we found the deceased.
What's your approach, Your Honor?
Okay?
I just handed you what I marked as People's Exhibit 6. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of how you found the deceased when you entered the bedroom?
It is.
This time I moved to admit People's Exhibit 6.
Any objection?
But Your Honor, I object to, I don't know, the witness testified that that's not how,
It's not this witness testifying.
I understand. Can we get a little bit more foundation? Was he the first one on the scene? Did the other officers particularly move the body? It's just that there is a discrepancy, Your Honor, how the victim was.
Testimony was, this is accurate depiction of what he saw when he arrived there.
Okay, no objection, Your Honor.
Admitted.
Thank you, and if I could just have the witness hand it to the judge for publishing purposes.
Thank you.
And let's answer some of those questions. Detective, I assume you weren't the first person on the scene?
I was not the first person to see it.
Who was on the scene when you arrived?
There was a lot of patrol officers from patrol unit and special operation. Also, our sergeant from our homicide unit, he was there as well. Yeah, so that, as far as like homicide personnel, it was both my sergeant and me.
You've obviously had training to be a police officer.
Correct.
And if, as a police officer, you were the first to encounter a scene like you did when you entered that apartment, would there be any reason for you to move a body like that?
No.
Ultimately, was that body moved while you were there?
Objection, he would know.
Oh, I said, he was there.
Your Honor, he would have to literally be in the room.
That was the question. Was that body moved while we were there?
Can you be more specific, Your Honor, as far as in the apartment or in the room?
I can't. While you were in the bedroom, did you see the body moved?
When the medical exam was not there.
Okay, so did you see how that, did you have a chance to observe the bed after the body was moved out of the bed?
You say observe the bed?
Yes.
Yes.
Did you see anything on the bed that was notable?
Blood.
Where was that blood position?
I can't remember the exact position, but I mean, it was blood on the bed. You know, and they had a pillow on there too, so
Let me ask you this technically. This People's Exhibit 6 that you identified, was this photograph taken before the medical examiner got there or after?
No, before the medical exam.
I hand you People's Exhibit 6 again. Tell us if that refreshes your recollection as to if you saw any blood and where you saw that blood.
Yes, coming away from his bed out there.
So would you say it was pulled by where his head is positioned in that photo?
Definitely.
I have no further questions.
Cross examine.
So you said that that picture was taken before the medical examiner got there?
To my knowledge, yes.
You to your knowledge.
So I'm not the one that takes the picture.
Who took the picture?
Evidence technician, they take the pictures.
You have to have that person's name.
It was one evidence tech that day that responded. Her name was, she has Megan Douglas. Leona Douglas, I believe, forensic tech Leona Douglas.
Evidence tech Douglas was there before you got there?
Yes.
So you don't know. Was the medical examiners there before you got there?
No.
Okay, so they came after.
Correct.
No further question.
Can you redirect? Go ahead, Your Honor. All right, thank you, sir. Thank you. So what can I have in case somebody gets out of line?
All right, people call Taviana Ellis Christian to the stand.
Please give your name and spelling to the young lady. Please raise your right hand. Your other right. You swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. Please have a seat in the witness box right next to me. Voice of nice and loud, so you can prove that. Speaking to that microphone to the left of those.
Okay.
Maybe begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please state your name again for the record?
Taviana Ellis Christian.
And are you employed?
I work.
What do you do?
I do care. I work at McDonald's. Now I'm working at the nursing home, starting food.
So I'm quite busy.
Yeah.
Do you know David Chesting?
Yes, sir.
How do you know him?
I know him from Sherman. I used to date.
Who's Sherman?
I used to date him.
What's his full name?
Sherman, Florida.
And do you see David Chesting in the courtroom?
Yes, I do.
Where is he positioned?
Sitting over there.
Could you describe something that he's wearing? So his hair is in a ponytail?
Yes.
Okay. I'd ask that the record reflect the identification of the defendant.
So noted.
And you said Sherman Dozier was your boyfriend?
Yes.
And just from a physical perspective, what type of condition was Mr. Dozier in the beginning of this year?
He had got shot 5 times. His body wasn't in a good position. He walked with a limp. Barely can lift his right arm.
Did Mr. Chesting ever talk to you about his feelings regarding Mr. Dozier?
Yeah.
Objection, Your Honor. Relevancy.
Maybe relevant. How you get that seriously?
Yeah.
It's a statement of the defendant.
Oh, you said, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. You said chest thing. I'm sorry, you're asking about the defendant's statement.
Yes, I asked if Mr. Chesting ever told her about his feelings towards Mr. Dozier. You can answer.
Yes.
What did he say?
He had to stay away from him. He had to do something to him.
I'm sorry, that was a little hard to understand. What did he say exactly?
He had to stay away from Sherman because he had been to do something to him.
Because he was going to do something to him?
He had been to do something to him.
Did he say why he had that feeling?
They used to like always like getting to him.
There's no objection, Your Honor. She's speculating. She is narrating. Did he ever say why he had that feeling? She has to answer that question. She can't narrate.
Rephrase.
Well, I don't think he's objecting to the question, I think he's objecting to the response.
Rephrase the question so she can give the appropriate answer.
Okay, certainly, Judge. Did he tell you specifically why he had to stay away from Mr. Dozier?
Yesterday, like, just kept on like getting into it and stuff.
This is what the defendant said? This is what the defendant said? This is what he told you?
He was in my house and, we were talking about the insurance relationship. He was like, I stay away from that.
Yeah, I still haven't heard the answer to this question.
She answered. She said she was having a discussion about her relationship with the deceased. The defendant said, I had to stay away from him before I've been done something to him.
Right, and then the people ask why. Do you understand? Do you know why he responded in that way? And she has not answered it. And I'm objecting to that question. It's just because she speculated, because he did not give her a reason.
I didn't hear her say that. He gave you a reason why he said you have to do something to him.
Then we were having a discussion about stuff like TV and stuff, and like, like we have business and then, we have business, but we were discussing like stuff that they be doing,
Stuff that Sherman does to the defendant.
Well, that does in general, stuff people doing.
Stuff that Sherman does in general. He said that he may have to do something to him because of stuff that he does in general.
He was telling me like you gotta stay away from the kid that he is.
And have you ever seen any actual, like, altercations between the two of them?
Yes, sir.
When did that happen?
One altercation was when we was in Easter, Mary Road, and just after Sherman had found out that he and David had slept together. And it was kind of awkward, like, that's the first time we've been in the same vicinity, me, David, and Sherman, after he found out that we had, slept together. And, David couldn't find his phone. And he asked, like, everybody to call his phone, he asked, and then he asked Sherman to call his phone. And Sherman was like,
You're saying,
What's he saying?
did you hear Sherman say that?
Okay.
Judge, she's describing what she saw.
Okay.
Proceed.
Okay, so the defendant asked, can everyone call my phone?
Yeah.
And then he asked, Sherman?
Yeah, Sherman said, no, that's my little one, I'm doing something right now. So, they was like, you got an attitude, or something, and then, they got to argue.
I'm still objecting to the relevancy. It's not connecting to anything about infidelity. This is about some random fight over some phone.
Maybe on to show motive. I'm not sure.
It's a prior altercation between two men that walked into a room together, and one of them wound up dead, the other one walked out alive.
So we have no foundation, how long ago this fight was. It could have been 10 years ago.
There'll be an opportunity for us.
Thank you. So I believe where you left off is you were explaining Sherman refused to help him find his phone.
Yeah.
How did David respond?
Like, they was like, you got an attitude or something. So they got to argument, and then David took his finger and like, he like this, and Sherman.
Hold on just 1 second, so I can narrate for you. David took his finger and
I turned in the face.
he poked him in the center of the forehead, is what you're doing? Okay, sorry, continue, just want to make sure the record.
They got to fight. And Sherman gave it back to David. Then David were in the house, they got a gun. Came back outside with the gun.
When was this?
Huh?
When was this?
This was, like, summertime, I don't remember the exact date, but I know I was there, with kids there, people there.
So this was the summer of 2022?
Yes. Like the end of the summer, not the beginning.
Okay, so he goes in the house and gets a gun.
Yes.
What happens next?
He went over to the shotgun, ran out the house, everybody started yelling. And then they got the husband, David fell on top of Sherman, and then Derek was like, you better not shoot that gun.
Your Honor,
His brother.
is this what you heard?
I was right there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on 1 second. So you said, Derek said you better not shoot that gun. Who's
Yeah.
Derek?
David's brother.
So that's Derek Chastain?
Yeah.
After he says you better not shoot that gun, what happens?
Everybody started trying to break it up and stuff. Then he was like, they had got them apart, so a lot of them outside. And then, they was like, if you want my uncle, I'll pop you up. I don't know about this.
If it's what he said, if you can tell the court what he said.
Yeah, he was like, if you want my uncle, I'll pop you up.
And that was specifically the defendant.
Yeah. Yeah, sure, said, well, we keep putting my gun and stuff. Yeah, he was cleaning her throat, kids and everything.
Do you know of another physical altercation between the defendant and Sherman Dozier?
Yeah.
What happened? When did that happen?
I don't remember the exact date.
Just approximately.
It was before the incident happened on Henry Road, so.
So before the incident you just described?
Yeah, it was before then.
And what do you know about that incident?
I don't want to hear the details of that.
Okay, thank you. Do you know if David was married?
I had about 9 years married.
How did you find out he was married?
He was crying.
Relevancy, Your Honor.
Why is that relevant?
She's about to offer proof, Your Honor. So she's going to explain, I believe, that the defendant was angry at Mr. Dozier because of Mr. Dozier telling his wife about their relationship.
So it's being offered to show motive as well?
Yes, Your Honor. There was a tenuous relationship between these two individuals. I just want to discuss how the link is.
All right, I'll take that for the purpose. That for the purpose.
So did the defendant ever talk to you about that situation? His wife finding out about your relationship?
Yeah, he said that she asked him about me.
And what specifically did he say?
He didn't say whether or not he told her that he was that stuff. Because I was in the party and she invited me and I felt uncomfortable.
Put the microphone down.
I went to David and the mom Erica party with Shirley, and the wife was staring at me. I felt uncomfortable. So I had asked David, maybe like a week after the party, like, did she know it from there? He said, like, yeah, that she had happened and then they could sit together. He didn't say whether or not he told her the truth or not.
Do you know how she found out about that?
Yeah.
How?
Because D-Boy and David me, Derek said that and David got into it. And Derek told Sherman that
Hearsay, Your Honor.
I
don't know where we're going with this, Your Honor. I would subject to the relevancy.
I sustained
Did Sherman express to you his intent to tell Mr. Chastain's wife?
yes, he did.
And when was that?
That was like 4 or 5 days before we got killed.
And did the defendant ever talk to you about a dispute between him and Mr. Sherman regarding food stamps?
Yes.
What was that?
Your Honor, I object to relevancy.
And I guess it goes to his motive.
Yes.
Strictly for that purpose.
Yes, please, God.
Yes, because David and Sherman put the food stamps in the hospital back in Detroit. But Sherman said he would call me on my phone and say, I'll get someone to fix it. And I'm gonna get the rest of my cousins because I owe them the food stamps.
And you know if David was upset about that?
Yes, Sherman called me and then David had.
Objection, Your Honor. She does not know if David was upset. She's hearsay right now based on. She's the one who heard it.
Who are you on the phone?
I was trying to,
And
I am Daniel, sorry.
you could hear an argument between Sherman,
Yes, sir.
and you have slept with both of these men, so you know their voices?
Yes.
Okay. So what was that argument about?
About, like, trying to sleep with and stuff,
And when did that take place?
like, five days before this, yeah.
This question goes without saying, I think, but have you seen Mr. Dozier asleep before?
Yes, sir.
Many times?
Yes. We could stay together, get this we need, but we stay together.
Does he have a typical way that he likes to sleep?
Yeah.
How's that?
We sleep with his hands, we sleep with his hands, like this.
Is that on his side?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna ask the court, who I think is still in possession of People's Exhibit 6, to show that to you. I'm sorry, this might be a little hard to look at. I apologize. Thank you. Is that consistent with how you usually sleep? And I am very sorry.
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions.
Cross-examine.
And I'd ask you to just get a minute before cross-examination starts. Does the court have any issues?
I don't have any. Let us know when you think you're ready. Ready? Okay, go ahead, Mr. Dobbs.
I'll take my time, Ms. Christian. Okay. Well, let's go back to you and Mr. Dozier used to date, is that correct?
Yes.
For how long?
About 3 years.
Can you give me the dates? You don't remember the dates?
I don't remember the dates, or like, so,
Do you remember when you stopped?
all the time.
You don't remember when you stopped?
But yes, I want to go ahead and be right after that, like, real good, I mean, I did what I did, and I regret what I did, but.
What did you do?
Yeah,
And when did you start sleeping with his nephew?
we did together on May, something last year.
So that's before the incident on Henry Road? altercation?
Yeah. Mix that together, you know.
Before the altercation on Henry Road? And did Mr. Dozer find out before the altercation on Henry Road?
Yeah,
Was he upset?
I mean, he was mad, but he said, you know, he still love his nephew, he still love me. And he forgave him.
And
Not that.
you all coexisted pretty much, right?
Right.
You, Mr. Dozer, and Mr. Chastain, pretty much, it was like an agreement. Is that fair to say?
You know, he wasn't really.
Okay,
He just forgave him once he found out, you know.
but you still continue?
Yeah.
And David was David ever show anger regarding you sleeping with the dog? Right. And this altercation on Henry Road, is that the only altercation? Do you never see Mr. Dozer and Mr. Chastain ever get any other altercations?
Yeah, right.
Were there ever guns involved?
One, I was on the phone, like, when they had gotten to it, they was gonna come out to my house, you know, and train me. And Train was like, told me, like, don't disrespect her like that, you know. Yeah. All I heard, they say, oh, you gonna hit me over the head. And then, next thing I know, I heard Shirley scream loud. And then, like, the phone was up. And then the next morning, Shirley came to my door and told, I was just like, what?
Mhm.
And they did a mistake. Okay.
And did you ever know Mr. Dozier to ever have guns?
No,
You never know him to have guns?
no, we did have a situation
What's the situation?
where I had woke up, door, I did not hit my door after we had, you know, taken a break.
Right.
And he did have one, so that's the first time I heard speaking.
And y'all were broken up?
But we were home, like, on a break.
Like, what's the, like,
I don't even got it right now, so y'all don't want to.
why did he have, and he went to your place with a gun?
Yeah.
And he threatened with it?
Objection, Your Honor. This is two unrelated individuals. Well, the victim and an unrelated individual.
All right, he opened the door and crossed the net. Your Honor,
He's
trying to do both, Your
You're not
Honor.
talking about the complainant, so who are you talking about?
I'm sorry, Mr. Hitz, Your Honor. I'm saying is that, Your Honor, this is a par for testimony due to the fact that they're trying to make testimony that my client had motive. I'm trying to say that the victim had motive. Victim was.
Is your question talking about the victim? Or is it talking about somebody else?
The victim.
It's the victim.
It's the victim, Your Honor.
The victim and one.
This is the victim.
He has a gun.
Is it involving the victim and the defendant?
Maybe, Your Honor, I'm trying to, was this regarding? Well, what I'm saying, he came.
Hey, listen to me for a second. This incident that you're talking about, who did that involve? Did it involve Sherman and the defendant or Sherman and someone else? Sherman, you. So it has nothing to do with the defendant. How's it relevant?
No. This is regarding, and I'm just trying to get to the detail of the facts that she was in an open relationship with the victim and my client. I'm just trying to get down to the facts of why did the victim come to her door with a gun, right? It could have been regarding my client. That's the reason why I said She said it's not, that's what
It's not relevant. Let's move on.
And David, we're going back to this incident, and you said that they got into a fight. You said Sherman started beating David, got the best of him. That's what you testified to.
After David, like this and this, it's not like after he jumped.
So he got the best of David, correct?
I mean, he really wasn't beating up like that. I don't know. He was,
That's what you testified, you said, yeah.
but he don't like beating the brakes off him or nothing.
Right, but this is the guy that you mentioned that barely left his right arm.
That was me. That just happened to me before he got shot.
This happened before he got shot.
Yeah,
Okay, when did he get shot?
he got shot. It's all my phone. I have everything on here, but I don't remember it, so it's like days.
What month? What month did he get shot? What month?
It was kind of warm outside, so I remember I had to call him.
Okay.
I don't remember what month he started. I don't remember the date.
Okay, but he did say, if you were not my uncle, you'd be dead right now. Is that correct?
That I find the picture.
Okay, so if you were not my uncle, I'll pop your bitch out. If you were not my uncle, is that correct? And you said you've known Sherman to have guns, one gun, right?
Then we'll find one other day, never seen him with a gun in my life.
We came to your door with guns.
Again, Judge, you've already ruled on that incident. Are we going over this? Yeah, counsel, I heard it the first time.
No, Your Honor, I'm just trying to figure out the credibility. I'm just trying to figure out the situation, all these facts are new too, so I'm just trying to figure out, is this the only time has she seen her ex with a gun?
She said she saw him, that's the only time she saw him.
She said it was on the internet, then she said she saw him, did you say internet?
No,
What did you say? I'm sorry.
I only saw him with a gun one time the other day.
That's the time he came to your door? Okay, like you said. And you said at the time around, said you was on the phone, correct? And you gotta say yes.
Oh, yeah, I was on the phone.
You were talking to Mr. Dozer, is that correct?
Yeah.
You said David was where at?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chastain was where while you?
They was right there, was trying to have him on speaker. I can hear everybody in the background.
That was in the apartment?
I don't know who they was at. I was on the phone, I wanted to leave them.
One moment. And I just want to reiterate that Mr. Chastain, your relationship as a concern, Mr. Dozer, there was no animosity or hostility towards you all having like this, off again, on again relationship. Is that correct?
That's been asked and answered, hasn't it?
I just want to reiterate that.
I don't need a reiteration. It may not be. I heard it the first time.
No further questions?
Redirect.
Just very briefly, Your Honor. Mr. Docs asked you about an apartment. Are you familiar with 9545 Boss Street?
No, I know about the apartment, but I ain't never been up there.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Thank you, man. You may step in. Any other witnesses for the people?
I'm done, Your Honor.
Any witnesses for the defense?
No,
People.
At this time, the people would move for bind over on, I can pull the information so I make sure I get the correct counts here.
1, 4, 5, 8.
I still don't have it up in front of me, Judge, but I'll trust you. I'm moving for bind over on the first degree premeditated murder count, which includes count 1, count 4, which I believe is felony possession, and then the 2 associated counts of felony firearm, which should be 5 and 7. So I believe bind over is appropriate on all those charges. I'll start with the easiest one. People's Exhibit 2 demonstrates that Mr. Chastain was not permitted to possess a firearm. The evidence supports that he was in possession of at least 2 during the course of this relevant time period. The AR-style rifle that the court can see with its own eyes in the videos that have been evidenced, People's Exhibits 3, 4, 5, and 7, and 8. And then the shotgun that we heard about that ultimately ended Mr. Sherman Dozier's life. Obviously, the felony firearm counts go along with that. So really the only question we have here is whether or not people have presented enough evidence to support a first degree murder bind over. And I believe beyond any shadow of a doubt, people have presented evidence for a second degree murder bind over. While the medical examiner's office, People's Exhibit 1, deemed that this was an indeterminate cause of death. The story told by Ms. Matthews is very clear. The defendant went into a bedroom where Mr. Dozier was sleeping. She heard a loud boom. The defendant exited. She went in. She saw that the victim was indeed deceased. Now, there's, I think, some room to not believe Ms. Matthews' story here, given that, as the court pointed out, she obviously has pretty poor judgment, given that she went to this location with a young child in her car after she had been drinking, and it's clear that she wants to protect the defendant. Also, as you heard in People's Exhibit 7, the jail call, the defendant very clearly is encouraging her not to remember anything about this event. It says no less than 3 times, just say that. Don't.
And I meant to ask you, I want to hear those jail calls again.
It's just one jail call, and I can play the relevant portions. I think the entire thing is about 20 minutes.
That you played here in court.
You want me to do that right now?
Yes. Okay.
Thank you for using Telmate.
Hello.
Okay, I'm gonna play first People's Proposed Exhibit 7. The 3-minute, 26-second mark.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, I just sat here and told her, even when I gave a statement, I don't remember exactly everything. I said that from the beginning. So while y'all keep coming at me and shit like that, you know what I'm saying? Like,
this would kill his whole deal, man. I don't know nothing. That's it.
Like, then he talking about I ain't put myself. I know I didn't put myself in this position.
Play it again. I stopped it for the record at the 4-minute, 2-second mark. I'm gonna play it again from the 9-minute mark.
Cause I'm keeping it real with them.
I
I really,
yeah, once you tell the judge that, the judge,
I'm just saying, and that's who I'm telling. Like, I don't know what to tell nobody. Like,
that's it. That's it right there. Like,
shit.
I don't know.
Yeah, stopped at the 9-minute and 33-second mark. Playing again from the 12-minute, 34 seconds.
That's the least of my worries right now. What's going on? You know what happened? Like,
You gotta understand. You gotta come correct. You can't be staying on that, man. Keep it simple. Short and simple.
you said what?
I say you gotta keep shit short and simple because they gonna try to mix your words.
I'm just gonna tell it like it is. I don't even fucking remember. Like, I don't know.
If you keep saying that, that's all you gotta say. I don't know.
But it's not like I'm lying, though.
I already got a feeling they gonna try to make it like I'm talking to doing shit.
Here.
I'm not telling them shit. Nothing.
That's...
And I stopped at the 13-minute, 56-second mark. I think that last one's probably most instructive here, where he says, you gotta understand, you can't be saying all that. Keep it simple, short and simple. It says that twice. It says, just keep saying, I don't know. So he's encouraging her not to remember facts and details regarding these key moments about what occurred in those critical moments where Mr. Dozier lost his life. So between the fact that, as we heard, had a motive to kill the victim, the fact that, and I want to play another exhibit for you real quick here, Judge. This one's People's Exhibit 8. When he shows up in his hands already. Left.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Sorry, I'll repeat that. I said you can see that he has the AR, it's sticking out of his left side. And then I'm going to show People's Exhibit 9, and I won't talk over it for the reporter's benefit this time. You're going to see in People's Exhibit 9, at the very start of this video, he's actually pointing the weapon at the door. And after all this, well, I'm sure Mr. Cox is going to point out that Ms. Matthews did some work here to take the door. She was trying to repair the door, and ultimately, as she testified, the medic gets tired, he leaves. She texts him, he comes back. He's the one that ultimately then opens the door, goes into the apartment, and you can hear in that exhibit, there's no delay. He immediately starts screaming. And it can't be described as anything other than screaming. When you listen to audio or that is People's Exhibit 4. And if you look at the timestamps, which you can't see on the screen because that item box that shows your face right now, Judge, is in the way, but they are part of the exhibits. They're actually admitted. And as Mr. Tay testified, they are accurate. They were only in the apartment for the grand total of, I believe it was 4 minutes. It's under 5 minutes that this entire thing elapses. And we know from Miss Matthews' testimony that the defendant was in there for a minute, comes out, then she goes in once, comes out, she goes back in again, then he goes in, puts the shotgun down his pants, and then they leave. And you can actually see the shotgun in his pants in People's Exhibit 5. But the point is, from the moment he entered until the moment Mr. Dozier wound up dead, only a very small amount of time elapsed. All of those things between the motive, between the fact that he had a gun with him when he arrived, pointed that gun at the door, the speed at which he wound up killing Mr. Dozier, and then ultimately his flight from this area while concealing the murder weapon, while switching cars, while going to different locations, getting a hotel room, going out to Ypsilanti, and then ultimately his encouraging Ms. Matthews to not remember what she saw and heard that night. All of that evidence supports a first degree murder by motive, and that's what it is.
Mr. Dobbs.
I'm going to deal with just the opposite. The hardest part first. Okay. I know this is a problem called conference. I've been dealing with this a number of years, and I get it.
This is the preliminary.
But from an example, I know that the burden, no slight, but it is a burden. It is a burden, and where the people have presented today, it's insufficient, Your Honor. Basically, you're looking at Mr. Chastain called his girlfriend and her 2-year-old daughter to come over for the night. He did not have a key to his home. He was banging on the door to try to get in. Eventually, he returned back to his car downstairs because he wanted to leave. She called him back up to come back into the apartment. And then that's when in question ensued. We did hear the witness, Ms. Matthews, testify that she heard David say to Mr. Dozier, calm down. We did hear that that from the doorbell, he did bring the AR, he did bring the from the People's Exhibit 8. He was banging on the door counter. He's banging on the door counter.
Okay, wait a minute. Let's stop there. Banging on the door comment, what about when he was kicking the door so much to where he kicked the door off the hinges?
At that time, around, he was going to get in the house.
So why are you telling me about him being calm?
It doesn't show premeditation. It doesn't show.
That part of your argument is pretty disingenuous, though, to say he was calmly knocking on the door. Ultimately, he kicked the door off the hinges.
Ultimately, he kicked the door and left. He left, Your Honor, while the door was off the hinges.
He left and then he came back.
He was summoned back. He was summoned back, Your Honor. And we're looking at these jail calls, and we can clearly hear Ms. Matthews saying, I just don't remember. And he's reinforcing that.
That's all you gotta tell me. You don't remember.
That's what she's saying. And he's saying, you don't remember, tell the truth. Right, he's telling her
those words.
He's saying, you don't remember. That's what she's saying. I just don't remember. And he's reinforcing that. He's saying, they're going to manipulate your words. Because she did not remember. He's not He's actually telling her to tell the truth.
I didn't hear him say those words. Did you hear that?
Your Honor, she's saying, I just don't remember. I don't know what to tell anybody. He's saying, yes. That's what you got to say. Keep it short and simple because they will manipulate your words. And the narrative was correct. He's not telling her to alter her testimony. He's not telling her to commit perjury on the stand. She told him to get rid of the shotgun. He did not. He was crying. He was remorseful. He did not prevent her from calling 911. And say,
she called 911? Did he call 911?
He did not. He did not tell her not to call 911.
No, she was telling him to throw the gun out the window.
Right, and he did not.
So he wasn't trying to call 911. Then they left together, albeit in separate vehicles. They left together, right?
Correct.
Nobody called 911. Nobody tried to get him help.
Right. And she admitted that they
the autopsy report tells me that she died of a gunshot wound to the eye. It was a contact wound.
You panicked, Your Honor. They panicked.
Panicked when? He shot him?
Your Honor, that didn't come out to the testimony, but I know they panicked when, after the incident.
I'm talking about the gunshot, what the autopsy report says.
Right, it doesn't say
Close
that.
range entrance shotgun wound to the left orbit, associated laceration at the 11 o'clock position. There was soot and gunpowder stippling noted on the skin surrounding this wound.
But there was not.
So that was at close contact.
Correct, Your Honor.
With the shotgun in the face, in the eye, right?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay.
Correct.
I just want to make sure I understood that correctly.
But, right, Your Honor, but it did not say that my client shot him.
Says what?
It does not say that my client shot him.
Does it say your client shot him?
Correct.
Okay, so are you trying to say that the young lady who testified here, she's the one who shot him?
Your Honor, we do not know what happened.
Oh, you're saying he shot himself in the eye?
We don't know what happened, Your Honor. The gun actually
I'm
went
just
around.
trying to make common sense of what you're saying.
Your Honor, it's a bunch of scenarios that could have happened that way, yes.
Oh, so it's a possibility that he shot himself. I guess some aliens from outer space could have came and did it too. I mean, anything's possible.
Your Honor, guns go off inadvertently. He could have shot his own self.
Okay.
Your Honor, we're asking, we know there's a question of fact on counts 578, Your Honor, but we're asking that you do not bound the Chastain over on the first degree premeditated execution of that.
Okay, so you didn't make what I thought would have been probably your strongest argument in that, which would have been for a bind over on second degree murder as opposed to first degree murder premeditated. In that we don't know what transpired once they got in. All we can do is hear the defendant yelling and screaming. But aside from that, let's take it step by step. The defendant is charged with first degree murder premeditated. I don't think there's anyone with any common sense that could find anything else that the defendant is responsible for the murder of his uncle, Sherman Dozier. I don't believe for 1 second that Sherman Dozier shot himself in the eye. I don't believe for 1 second that the defendant's girlfriend shot Mr. Dozier. Given all the bad blood that has been between them over the course of months or years, and the defendant banging on the door, kicking the door off the hinges, and then going in hollering and screaming that somebody else shot Mr. Dozier other than the defendant, Mr. Chastain. So we have a homicide, regardless of what this person in the medical examiner, I don't know what they're doing, what they're talking about. In fact, they spend a lot of time talking about stuff that was told to them, hearsay that was told to them, what took place. They weren't there. Their role in this is to determine the cause of death. And it's simple. I don't need to have a medical degree to understand that if someone was shot in the eye at close range, that probably was the cause of death. And that it's a homicide because it's not a natural cause. It wasn't an accident. It wasn't a suicide. I don't know, how do you find that it's indeterminate? But I'll let you guys argue that for another day. But I find that simply ridiculous. And this is one of those situations I would have loved for the medical examiner to testify here at this exam. Because I want to know what was going through their head when they reached that conclusion. In any event, so what evidence do we have that this was premeditation? Well, the gunshot wound to the eye at close range is a very good indicator. A contact wound is a very good indicator. With a shot wound, it's a pretty good indicator. And then I'm looking at how this man is laying in the bed. He has both feet up on the bed. Usually when someone, I would think if someone is shot in the face, they don't fall into a position to where they're curled up like they're laying down to sleep. The other thing is, what this picture does not display, what I would, if I were to find or conclude that this person was standing or otherwise in a laying position, I would expect to probably see some blood splatter on the wall. I don't see any blood splatter on these walls, but I do see blood in the bed. And if there's a contact wound at the time that he is shot, I wouldn't expect the blood to be in the bed like that and for him to fall in this position that he's fallen in. And I would expect to see some blood splatter on the wall, if not even a bullet hole in the wall. But I don't see any of that in People's Exhibit 6. Which leads this court to conclude that he was most likely laying down at the time that he suffered this gunshot wound to the face. In further evidence of that, the defendant was knocking on the door, kicking the door pretty forcefully, which leads this court to believe that this man was probably in the house, asleep in a drunken stupor, like I believe one of the witnesses testified to, where he didn't hear all that banging to get up to answer the door, find out what was going on. Why is the defendant showing up at this location with the AR-15? I don't know. But then he leaves, goes down, puts it in the car, and then he comes back up without it. I don't know where this shotgun came from, but I know who used it, and I know his girlfriend told him to get rid of it, how to get rid of it. But he puts it in his pants and he leaves. No one calls the police. No one tries to render any aid to this man who's been shot at close range in the face. And then the jail calls. He's telling her to say you don't remember or you don't know. And she's saying, I don't remember. I told him I don't remember a lot of. Yeah, that's all you have to say. Yeah, he's reinforcing her. He's reinforcing her to tell the police, the court, please, that you don't remember. That's all you have to say. You don't remember. There's ample evidence to bind this matter over with second-degree murder, but that's not the question. Question is, have the people provided enough evidence to bind over first degree murder? Even if second degree murder is a better fit, have they provided enough evidence to bind over on first degree murder, premeditated? I submit to you that People's Exhibit 6, videos that have been introduced, as well as the jail calls, all suggest that this defendant had at least a second thought, could have exercised a second thought about what he was doing before he took that action of shooting his uncle at close range in the face. While laying in bed. Court, after hearing the testimony of all the witnesses who testified, as well as viewing the evidence that has been submitted by the people, to satisfy the people that your burden of probable cause as it relates to the charges contained in the complaint. The court finds those charges were committed in the city of Detroit. The court finds probable cause to believe this defendant committed. The defendant will be bound over to Wayne County Third Circuit Court Criminal Division for proceedings. Is arraignment on the information date and time of April 27, 2023 at 9:00 a.m. Defendant will be remanded to the custody of Wayne County Sheriff. Thank you.
Thank you. Judge, just so it's clear for the record, the bind over.
Oh, I'm sorry. All the charges contained in the complaint, as well as that includes count 1, count 4, weapons, firearms, possession by a felon, count 5, felony firearm, and count 8, felony firearm. Counts 2, 3, 6, and 7 will be dismissed for insufficient evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Judge.
Dismissal on those counts. That's the counts. We need a dismissal on those counts. We need a dismissal on those counts.
Right here.
Two, 6, and 7. Do you need it for me on the dismissal? No? I was just seeing if Mr. Jackson. Thank you, everybody. Here for Monday. Thank you.
Mr. You want your exhibits back?
Oh, sure. Good morning. Oh, that's okay.
I'm leaving.
Okay.
You need my card or anything? Okay, those exhibits back, and then if I could get the order.
This one's all right. This all fine.
I don't need a copy of that. That's just.
Maybe at the kitchen.
Thank you. I think so. I appreciate it. All right. Yes.
Yes, sir. Can I help you?
Yeah, I wasn't expecting you to answer. How you doing, Judge?
Doing good. How are you?
I'm okay. Thanks for asking. I have a client who's got a warrant for his arrest, and you're the judge. He's already been booked and processed. Do I just bring him in on Zoom, or how does this work?
You say he's been booked and processed.
Yeah, he's been fingerprinted, arrested. They cut him loose on a domestic violence, and then the charges just came back. They've been authorized.
Where is he now?
He's at home.
So he had a warrant?
Yeah, he's got a warrant. He's got a warrant for his arrest, yeah.
Oh, he has a new warrant. He hasn't been arraigned on.
He hasn't been arraigned on yet, so I didn't know, could I just bring him on Zoom sometime, maybe next week or tomorrow?
How long, he has to turn himself in on the warrant. How long ago was the warrant issued?
It was issued on March 29th.
So he has to turn himself into the DDC. And
Okay.
they'll get him arraigned. I suggest that he does it at like maybe 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning so he can get on the arraignment docket for that day.
Okay. Is that that's the place in Hamtramck?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, Judge. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, have a good day.
Yes, sir.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. The DDC is not, no, that's Dickerson. DDC is,
Ryan facility
the
and
Ryan Correctional Facility.
It's like just south of 8 Mile on Mound Road, right?
South of Davidson.
Yeah,
Mound Road.
Mound Road, yeah. Right, yeah, right by Davis.
Yeah, okay. All right, thanks again.
Okay.
All right, have a good day.
Now time to start calling you the dog catcher. You get all the dogs.
I know, yeah, that's true. He has a case already advanced, so did that follow that?
Yes, it's most like.
You say, so listen how loud it is now.
It's just me. That's just me.
Okay.
Many years, so. Okay.